cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You help me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air. I love kids jumping on my lap. The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. Does nothing to tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S. generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. Speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight, and quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth. $1.4 trillion. Out of $1.4 billion. Excuse me, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
You're a damn liar, man. That's not true.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
And by the way, it costs a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
you ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has that big stick. I promise you.
This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn, blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Does nothing to tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it so much.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
Hello, we're back. How are you all doing? I'm back again. Did anyone subscribe? I don't think so. I've been gone for a little while, probably a long while at this point. I've just had like Patty, thank you.
A brown bear?
I've had this like very long-standing sore throat that I still have. It's like all the other symptoms. I don't know what's going on. I thought I was like not sick, and then I got and it was like, oh, it's worse again. So like whenever I exert myself, my sore throat gets bad. So that's not good. So I did a couple streams and then my throat got like super sore after them. I should just get it checked out. Surely it has not been 3 days. Surely it's been more than that. Have you had your tonsils removed? Yeah, I should probably just I should book a doctor's appointment. Because I was sick. Like I was back to the curtain bangs a little bit, yeah. I'm getting a haircut / I'm gonna dye my hair blonde next week. So yeah, I should probably just go get that checked out maybe. But anyways, that's not important. Blonde Edgar, yeah, it's gonna happen. That's not important. What is important is Hawk Tua coin. All my Hawks Tua's gone, folks. They were worth so much. Hawk Tua lady, I love you, but you destroyed my whole life savings. It is now time to buy the Hawk Tua dip, and then we will all make money. I lost 3.2 million in Hawk. It's over. You're selling your Hawk Tua coins. Please take out diamond hands, folks. I know that I may have lost $50,000 on Hawk Tua coin, but I think it'll turn around eventually. That was extremely funny. I knew she was washed. The second we watched that Hawk Tua podcast, and she was like doing a sponsored thing for one of those fake, like Republican data phishing, like fake sign up to vote things. Polly, thank you for the prime. I should have tweeted about that because it was like, it is insane, and I didn't see anyone talk about it, that she was just doing that. I knew she was washed. I do actually wonder, because she seems like just kind of dumb. Like she's like someone who, I mean, I guess it's sort of Joe Rogan style, so you don't really have an excuse for her. That it's like, I go towards the people who make me money and then also who like me. And it's like, you don't have the foresight to be like, this is not a good crowd to get into. If I want to make the Hawk Tua grift, or whatever it's called, the line between grift and sincere is like kind of gone now. Our free time has been so commodified that like selling out isn't as much of a thing anymore. But to make it go on long enough, clearly I shouldn't get in bed with these guys. But she's not dumb enough to like know that. Molly made a good point about how perfectly timed the rug pull was to detract from Bitcoin hitting 100K. Oh, because did Bitcoin go up at the same time? Like it was like I do wonder how much she's in on it, or how much she was like, I want to make a coin. And then she exports it to like one of these guys. Who was it again? It was like the son of some reality TV. Was it like the son of Dr. Phil or something? It wasn't Dr. Phil, it was someone else. Chat is my chat GPT. I was asking you guys for medical advice. Now I'm asking you about who organized the Hawk Tua rug pull. It's perfect. Howie Mandel's nephew. It's even more stupid somehow. Woodrow Cobb searching Central Park. Can you link that? Because I saw it on Blue Sky, but the Blue Sky browser doesn't support video. It's a little washed. It's a little washed. But I've been mainly posting on Blue Sky. Now that I people were making fun of this position, but now that I do have 60,000 followers on Blue Sky, I did an article with Alex Lalo, a friend of the stream. I guess he has a bit, but you can be a friend of the stream. About Gladiator 2 and the Jake Paul fight in Adorno. Oh, it works somehow. Maybe it's only on my phone. So you should, what is the link for that? You should go read that. It's free. Okay, this is the segment. This is also another thing we have to talk about, which how much did Hassan say about this, chat? Or any other, streamer that you like? Because this does feel like a big, like, if I speak, I am in big trouble sort of situation.
The gunman who killed the CEO there of the largest U.S. health insurer likely left New York City on a bus soon after this brazen ambush that has now shaken corporate America. But he left something behind, a backpack that was discovered in Central Park. Now, police still do not know the...
Because it's like, so a backpack was in Central Park.
Gunman's name or whereabouts or had a motive for the killing. You see there NYPD officers searching Central Park in New...
Okay, so we're focusing on response without an endorsement of any particular activity. Okay, I see. Pelican Moose, thank you for the
video. Now, investigators were looking at whether the shooter may have been a disgruntled employee or client of the insurer. Now, video of the gunman fleeing Wednesday's shooting showed him riding a bicycle into Central Park, later taking a taxi to a bus terminal.
Actually, it is interesting. I don't think we fully know the motive. Obviously, we know, like, it's clearly not. I mean, this is the funniest option. Is it's like a guy. It's like, yeah, that guy fucked my wife, and I'm gonna kill him now.
Offers commuter
like we know vaguely the motive.
Service to New Jersey and Greyhound routes to Philly, Boston, and D.C. Police have video of the man entering the bus station, but no video of him exiting, leading them to believe he left the city. Investigators today found a back...
Do they even know the direction he left the city in? I can give you VIP. You shouldn't be mad at them for this. Police are meant to be Candy Crush all day and sell guns that use them. Yeah. Heather Vega, I'm in Damascus. Don't worry. I'll watch over the Syrian government for you. Thank you. Thank you. Live from... I don't know if that's a bit or not, if you're actually from Damascus. Because if you are, you how do you feel about, you know, the Hawk Tua coin? Are you sad about the rug pull? No, I mean, how do you... I don't know if that's a bit. But how do you feel about all this? It's crazy. I don't know. There's so much to talk about, chat. There's so much to talk about, right? We need the opinion, the people of Damascus. What do they feel about Hawk Tua? Israel is invading already. Yeah, it is. Israel doing an impressive job. Like, how do we piss off more people, more of our neighbors?
Oh, the gunman who killed...
My cover character is Bath of Syria. Rojava, I don't think Rojava would take control of Syria. It was interesting the U.S. is putting these red lines, although I don't think these matter in a month. That's the thing about the, like... It is like the Syrian civil war is one of presumably many conflicts where, like, a lot of the very simple sort of campist image of, like, there's this side and then there's this side don't work as well. It gets, like, confused, especially in relation to, like, functionally Turkish proxies fighting the America-backed Kurds, and then, like, this is the group that hates each other at the moment of all of the factions the most. Might be carved up. It's, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but the Syrian position or the Israeli position is something I was trying to look at more, because my understanding was that the Israeli attitude to Assad was kind of that it's like the devil, you know, that it's like he doesn't cause much problems on the border, on the Golan Heights, like, whereas HTS is a new entity that we don't know their opinions on it. But also, especially recently, that is sort of soured because of Syria potentially aiding Hezbollah during Israel's invasion of Lebanon. This is the Syria Live map. So I guess the position now among the Israelis is just like, we woo free territory. Like, no one's really watching this. Time to sneak in and grab some more. Oh, the government's gone. It's over. It doesn't, like, these are Russian bases. It's done. They were like, what are the military generals, Syrian Arab Army, were like, they told the government forces to stand down. He went to Moscow, yeah. I tweeted that before. People got mad at that. I haven't really been on Twitter. I love tweeting something slightly incendiary and then not looking. That's the coolest thing you can do with a big account. Of like, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but I will say there was some rumor about people were tracking flights out of Damascus, and there was one jet that like the radar stopped over Homs, and there's a theory that like Assad's plane got crashed. No, Assad is alive in Moscow, but I said I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but I do hope that plane crash thing is real. And it's interesting how people respond to that of like, oh, you're like you're cheering on regime change or whatever. It really does give away that, like, to some people they see the world very simplistic campus lines where it's like, no, like the thing about how it's like, oh, I feel uneasy about Western government toppling a Middle Eastern state because of destabilization. It's like, no, that means that the Western government, that means that state is good and we like them, and we can't talk about how they're evil because, like, yeah, guys, it's not. I don't know. Can I wish death upon? I think the rule is with a Western state TOS, you can, if they're a part of the Axis or whatever, you can say, "Oh, I hope you die." But then, I couldn't do that with Joe Biden. I feel like that's the Twitch rule. That means you paid sales, which is the other irony of, like, yeah, like Assad famously pro-Palestinian, Syrian Baathism famously allied with the Palestinian cause. Palestinians famously very fond of the Assad family. Like, no, it's not quite that simple. Must not have been on that, or maybe there's some weird thing with the radio. But yeah, he's in Moscow now. Is he not? Former Syrian president. He's in it. Assad left the presidency in Syria. It's funny. He did it. We are in one of the reasons. Another example of us being in 2016 forever is that he didn't even do a speech. He just left. Like, like hundreds of thousands of people have fought for you for decades, and it just fucking falls apart, and you just leave. Like nothing. Just goodbye. It's very Hillary Clinton Javits Center. Like, it's remarkable. I mean, it does show you the sort of figure that he is. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is a good thing. I think it's hard to say. It makes me uneasy, but I think it would be very strange to, like, be angry at Syrians who don't like him and are glad to see that he's no longer in control of their country. I think that's silly. I think people have very good reasons not to like him. There was a map, a graph I saw of, like, civilian deaths in the Syrian civil. It's good because it's like, I feel like before there was an agreement of, like, you can't emphasize this, you can't talk about it a lot because it can be used part of Western propaganda, destabilize. Basil wouldn't have fled, yeah. Destabilize the region, and that's not helping. But now it's like, well, it's over. We can talk about how he was bad. It doesn't do anything now. It's done. The Syrian Baathism is dead. Like, we can say that he was clearly, the barrel bombs were really bad, and he killed a vast, overwhelming majority of civilians who died in this conflict were from Assad, and I guess also Russia. Like, if you think that bombing hospitals is bad, the pro is Assad. It doesn't work. We can say that now. Obvious win for Israel, Turkey, and the U.S. I think Turkey is the most straightforwardly obvious win. But But yeah, I mean, I guess so. Um, why Israel can invade a country in a civil war without consequences? Israel has been in constant contact with anti-Assad rebels. I don't under, but that would imply that, but they're encroaching in anti-Assad rebel territory now. Isn't the Israeli relationship with this anti-Assad rebels is less straightforward than that, is it not? Maybe it's changed in the last like couple years. That's a UN. Is this a UN zone? Syrian part of Herman Mount. Yeah, you can't speak of anti-Assad rebels as like an entity. They have to lose for ISIS, certainly. Thank you, thank you. I mean, nothing ever happens cells seething. They've certainly moved beyond the UN zone. I don't know, I think people are silly. I think this is the thing about the different sides in the Syrian civil war is that it continues to confuse me, and then I see people make political statements about the nature of the and it feels like completely contrasted with another piece of information that I've learned. I'm very unconvinced by a lot of stuff. Which, you know, the move to just say it's complicated is obviously HTS has said a lot about helping Palestinians. Yeah, but HTS has said a lot of stuff about a lot of things. That is the worry right now. HTS has received aid and support from Turkey, but also covertly from Israel. This information came to me from a highly placed intelligence official in Turkey. Okay. So Vijay Prashad says he has an inside source. Okay. I mean, I guess that wouldn't surprise me. But also, like, I am skeptical of this. Oh, that Turkey absolutely backs HTS. That's Turkey made this happen. Turkey absolutely made this happen. I mean, it's insanely shocking. It's absurd. It was literally like 10-day offensive. Like Assad it's 2011. Like I can't remember a point in which I was paying attention to politics and the Syrian civil war wasn't a thing. It was like 13 and just a week. Like it's a week. I said this on Twitter, but like that's crazy. It's crazy how sometimes there's something that happens in a decade and then a lot of things happen in a week. It's a shame there's not a quote to talk about that. Motorface, thank you for the tier 1. So I had to go because he's to work. Have you considered who's that fucking moron on Twitter? Like one of the sort of liberal campus who is calling Al-Jilani woke Al-Qaeda? Have you considered that woke Al-Qaeda is now in power in Syria? But the HTS has been saying a lot of things to try to appear more moderate. Jelani has basically said, like, yes, I was like a radical fundamentalist in my 20s, but like, you know, you kind of age out of it, which was awesome. And trying to say all of the things that you would say to make an official government that the West recognizes. They're trying to put that on very clearly. And, you know, the CNN interview, I think he said it in the CNN interview, like he's clearly, that's the face he's trying to put on. But then it's like, I was also wondering, like, HTS didn't take Damascus, right? It was a combination of the, who are the rebels right here in the American military base? And then the command center or whatever in the south. Who never, the thing about the Dara stuff was that the rebels had never disarmed. there was like a reconciliation process where they kept their arms but they stopped fighting. So they just started fighting again. So I don't know. I don't think the political map here doesn't depict this, so maybe it's not a thing. But like HTS doesn't appear to have the wiki map. Oh, can you send me the wiki map? So I don't. I think HTS wanted to, because they were in Homs and they wanted to come down here, but then Damascus was lost before that. So I don't know. Is there a schism there? I mean, I presume there's a schism there. And then obviously the question of what happens to the Kurds and the STF, I guess. They've been cooperating, right? But like, what does that mean? Times Israel saying Israel literally needed more Lebensraum. That's awesome. Sure, yeah. Okay, this is a much better. What is the black? Is there like some ISIS? Because ISIS is a little bit back. This is like Syrian Free Army. Here's a proletariat. She was saying like the Syrian fraud army getting a Mickey Mouse ring, just like swooping in and taking Damascus. Southern Operations Room. That's what it's called. But I'm sure HTS has to be angry or like disappointed that they weren't the ones that got to Damascus. Because that does seem to give them less negotiating power or less influence. Because I do think of like the Zizek thing about, vaguely, about the, I can't remember which movie he's talking about, but like films always love depicting the revolution happening and taking over. But it's the next day that's the most interesting. Especially when you have a lot of like heterogeneous allied groups. This is okay. Is this true? Or someone Southern Operation Command is a repurposed version of the Global Liberation Army in Command and Conquer? I don't, surely that's not true. Maybe it's true. I mean, they do look similar. They do look similar. Did it say it on the wiki? Southern Operation Room. Control F command. Okay, it doesn't say it on the wiki. That is the logo. I do agree. Like that is the I see. I've seen the. I was like, yeah, that is the logo. Is that not? Is the lie is that it's not in Command and Conquer? But yeah, it's wild, folks. God damn it, my throat is sore again. Website with the map, serialivemap.com, which I guess doesn't show this distinction, which I think is probably valuable. Also doesn't appear to show the Israeli advancement, I guess. Is the SDF defending, is it Manjib? I don't know how to pronounce it. Because I know there was like a, and then the American red line is here. Because didn't, SDF taking this was new, is it not? Or is it just arbitrary, like don't cross the Euphrates? What is did they update the Afghanistan flag? Or did they just not? Everyone had fun. Yeah. It's been Afghan since 2016. Okay. That is one thing about Trump's post. Did he say it was like none of our business? Because, yeah, I mean, America is not helping the Kurds in about a month. I mean, maybe before then. I don't know. American Red Line's famously something. Although I don't. American Red Line's for Israel. America's placing red lines for Israel and them not following it isn't necessarily a sign that American soft power, I guess, to the region is fucked. It's just that it's like, oh no, please don't do that. I don't know. Maybe that's maybe the Biden admin that is the truth is that he just doesn't want to. I don't think so. I think he's just absurdly pro-Israel. I don't think he has the same attitude to Turkey. But yeah. So but the thing I was gonna say about Israel, maybe I did say this, is I do wonder, especially if this is the Israeli response of like we're gonna take more land, and also they've been doing airstrikes, right? Airstrikes resume on countryside of Dara. Target the headquarters of 9th Division. Is that the? I don't recognize these words. There's too many. Is that the southern? Oh no, that's the city. I'm silly. Is that? I assume that's the Southern Command or whatever. I can't. It's hard for me to imagine the new government is going to be particularly fond of Israel, right? I don't know. Oh yeah, the was this from Syria? Suspected Israel airstrikes hit in Damascus. Like, wonder if HTS will respond. Because it's less HTS and more FSA and the Southern Command Front or whatever. Southern Operation Room. Not unless the CIA drops in Viceroy Rishi Torres. HTS is working so closely with Israel that Israel is bombing every weapons depot it can find under HTS control and is invading Syria to set up a buffer zone. Yeah, right. It doesn't really... Is that the implication? That it doesn't quite... Johnny is in Damascus, yes. I think they're cooperating. Like, they're allies. HTS is also not one entity. That is true. They are also a coalition. Be secret friends with Israel? Well, I mean, I guess the Saudis aren't too secret about it, but I think possibly... Because Jelani knows where his bread is buttered, obviously. Is it a foregone conclusion that he's the head of a provisional government, though? Maybe. I guess it is. Glory to Assad, and then I don't know if you... I always find this weird, again, that like people think that Assad is pro-Palestinian. Someone was mentioning a Hamas Assad alliance, and I couldn't really find anything on that, but that's broadly like an absurd way of looking at politics, especially historically. Like Syrian Baathism has been against Palestinian power. There's like a lot, not even an alliance of community in relation to like Hezbollah and the broader geopolitical arrangement in the region, but no, like Assad has done very awful things to the Palestinian people. He's the one who raised the Palestinian flag government bill. I guess that excuses all the poor treatment and massacre of Palestinian refugees and the explicit intention to like break up Palestinian political power. I guess that excuses that. You should tell that to Palestinians who don't like Assad, I guess. He put up the flag. I think that's a very silly... I don't think you know much about the region. I think you're dumb. I don't know. Like, the thing that annoys me... It's not a happy day. Why do you think I think it is? It's crazy that, like, people cannot have two fucking thoughts in their head. They cannot have two thoughts in their head about the bad things, the very bad things that Assad has done to both Syrians and Palestinians, and then the negative conclusions of his government getting fucking toppled. Like, those two things. Okay, yeah. You're a fucking moron, buddy. Try to think a little bit harder about things before you make, like, a strong opinion. People said this on Twitter too, or like a couple people about like me being me hoping that Assad's plane broke up over Homs. That it's like, it's not only that you like make the obvious position of like, well, we can't focus on the bad things Assad did too much when his government is in existence, because that's used as like a cover for further destabilization, which is not good for the Syrian people. It's beyond that. It's like, you have to like him. Like, it's done. It's over. The government is top. Like, me saying, oh yeah, fuck this guy. You know, it's like, I don't know. Like, it is a pity that both sides can't lose. That's the clear conclusion you can draw from this situation. People replacing it might be just as bad. They might be worse. It might be. I mean, people are comparing this to Libya, and it does seem different to Libya just insofar as, like, what happened with Libya was more that Gaddafi was killed, and then there was a vacuum, and then a lot of institutions, parties, groups, you know, started to raised up to fill that vacuum, and it didn't do it very well. This is different just insofar as, like, no, there's a clear. Whether that means that Syria becomes like a unified political entity of some sort isn't also guaranteed, but I don't think it will look like Libya. That seems unlikely. It just seems different. Like, I don't know. People are so stupid. It's a phenomenon of like liberal campism, where like your politics are fundamentally liberal. You don't really oppose the idea of like a capitalist dictatorial state or capitalist state broadly. It's like you just want what you perceived as, I guess, like the good capitalist state side to win. And anyone who opposes that good capitalist state obviously is doing so for bad reasons. Like seriously, like, why would a majority of Syrians not like Assad? Is it because they love America? Like, I think that's a silly thing to think. Turns out Jelani is not the interim leader. It's this guy Juan Guaido. That's true. That's another thing about, like, we should only care about supporting that, Steve. It's like, I don't know. The amount that we can support them is fairly nominal too. Like, there was a respect to which much like we're broadly spectators. Outside of putting pressure on your government to stop supporting a group, which is really the main thing that, if you're in America especially, you should be focused on. And then people are like, well, you can't, that's why you shouldn't talk about the bad things that Assad does. And it's like, well, that's what I was broadly doing for the decades that he was in power, but it's gone. There's no, like, where's the, that sort of like, oh, we agree to not focus on that because of it. It's not, it's done. You can talk about Assad now. Like, there's no, I think it's very silly. I mean, especially now. I don't know. I don't think, yeah. It's certainly different than Libya, yeah. One of the interesting things, I know Jelani said, like, it's forbidden for any, I mean, he said this. I don't know if this has a practical result. And it's clear that he's attempting to take the leader position. like of for any troops to, rebels to enter like government buildings or public administration buildings, not government buildings, I guess, which is a clear sign of like we want to continue the public administrative state. Like the result will clearly be different than Libya, which is not to say the result is good. But this idea of like anarchy is not, doesn't seem to be. The looting banks in New Year's, yeah, I guess that is it was naive to think, especially I guess Jelani has control over that. Yeah, it's so silly, like, so silly, like, people are so silly. I would also say it is interesting, like, it's really certainly benefiting from this. But in a way in which they're allied with, and which they continue to be allied with whatever whatever political group comes out of this. I don't know if that's true. And yeah, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if Israel was help funding HTS. This is not, but the depiction of this is like, oh, the new state is emerging, and it's in the Western camp, so all of the other Western guys are gonna like them. Doesn't really work. I mean, especially doesn't work when one of the people who's in the Western camp by this assessment, the SDF, is fighting one of the other ones. That's where the fighting is still going on. Again, not one entity. You're right. That is true. I mean, I don't know. It's a very tenuous, obviously, hot take. They're fighting ISIS again. That's the map I'm using. There's still a base. There's still bases, are there not? Military bases in Syria on high alert. Russian ministry reported there is currently no serious threat to security. Oop! Did you hear that? I don't think there's an intent. I don't think there's an immediate intent by like HTS, which certainly controls this region, to take them. Islamist groups all the way down. Yeah, I mean, it has been for a while in the Syrian civil war. Honestly, yeah, I haven't been paying all that much attention in the past like 4 years. Well, no, I guess the Turkish invasion and Turkish involvement was the last time I was paying like clear intent. I don't know. I guess no one called the reading. Presumably, is that Turkey especially armed the HTS, and they made them a modern fighting force, right? Like they know how to use drones. Drones seem to be one of the main things, whereas like the Syrian Arab army has just like stalled. Like Russia just didn't do anything for them, seemingly. I mean, Russia was such a fundamental component of Assad remaining in power. Oh yeah, I mean Assad has done very little. Recently, it seems like Assad was helping Hezbollah. There was like some sort of Iran, Iraq, Syria into Lebanon funding. That was in the last like month or so, but yeah, broadly it's been pretty quiet from Assad. Syrian Army was handicapped by having to serve a personalist dictatorship. Yeah. But yeah, it was Russia's involvement in Ukraine, right? Like that's the read. Is they had to pull up out of a bunch of their. This is including in like Africa as well, Russian influence. They just had to pull out. Um, People are so silly, man. I don't. I mean, because politics is fun when it's like there's a side you can root for. Um, and you can feel good when they win. Um, and so people have chosen like, oh, it's the anti-Western camp, and then all of those guys I root for because they're all aligned, and it's all because geopolitics is simple. Um, it's like one solid U.S. proxy China war fray. Has China how involved is China in this? I mean, I guess there. I know like there's a portion of I think it's the HTS now. Are they in the HTS? Is that like great like Islamic State of Turkestan group, which I assume China's not particularly fond of. I don't think China's too invested, I guess. With Turkestan Islamic Party, that's what they're called. Thank you. It seems at the moment that HTS is doing the like liberal moderate. I guess like Hamas. I mean that's sort of what happened to Hamas, but actually I don't know if it's really happened. I think where it's an Islamist party that's like moderated. I think HTS is still much more like Islamist. Um, like it is much more extreme, or like the parts of it represent more extreme, sort of. That was the funniest like lib take about that was like, well, you know, after all the left has cheered on Hamas, you know, it's gonna be pretty hard to say that HTS is bad, given that they're also Islamists, and it's like, well, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think there are different flavors of Islamist political party. That's good. Michelle Assad reportedly forgot to activate all forts. It makes sense. That explains it. I'm using. If you just search Syria Civil War map, it is the first one. But the Hamas's ISIS stuff, yeah, it's very silly. Johnny was saying you wanted to take back Jerusalem like 3 years ago. Yeah, that's why I'm less convinced. Like, it's a much less convincing. It is the thing of like, I hope so. It's clear why he's saying it, though. Obviously, like what the motivation here is not like a. Oh, I've decided to become liberal now. Was it Jelani was in Al Qaeda? Where he was like, oh, you know, everyone does silly things in their 20s. It's like, for sure, man. Uh-huh. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah.
I am gay.
Vex Venom, thank you for the prime. So that's not good. Did she just want to shit about Israel? Yeah. No, I'm skeptical of like a full-on conflict growing from it. Jelani, the Jerry Adams in Syria. That's an incredible analogy. That's very funny. I don't quite think so, but I see what you're getting at. I see the um he was sent to Syria by Baghdadi and split with him and then split with Al Qaeda. Okay. I see. Um It's time for leftists to admit who must go. That was when I knew that Assad was fucked. When I was posting about it on Blue Sky and no one was doing the like, oh, Assad curse. It's like, oh yeah, no. We get what's happening here. Okay. What percent in precincts have reported? So don't get why Trump's talking with the STF because he's a fucking idiot. Like that one was just Trump is a moron who like prefers isolationism as a default. He called Erdogan and Erdogan promised he wouldn't invade. And he was like, I believe your promise. Assad jet didn't get shot down. There was a rumor. People were trying to track jets out of, but no, he made it to Moscow, I believe. You got, I guess, Edward Snowden is the way of putting that. Enjoy Moscow, man. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. I can't say that it's a good thing. It's hard for me to believe that. Yeah, so I can go back to being an eye doctor. Because he was never groomed for power, right? Like it was supposed to be his older brother. It's sort of a Ned Stark situation. And then he died in a car crash, and he was like, "Oh fuck, I guess I gotta be the dictator in Syria now." Is he about Yemen? I don't think so. I think that would be pretty difficult. Um, I think it's a little too far. I guess they are just in like they're like I guess no one is stopping us, so let's keep doing shit like this. I mean, maybe that's true. I don't know. It seems very naive from a geopolitical perspective. Like let's okay, new government in Syria. We've been vaguely opposed to Assad, even though he hasn't caused us too much trouble, just generally. When we're occupying a part of territory, let's just keep going. Let's get a bit more territory. Let's get a bigger buffer. That might be silly, like a stupid, even just from a purely geopolitical standpoint. Is Gunther saying? I mean, I'm sure I know Gunther's opinion on this. Seems orchestrated by Israel. I feel like it's just an opportunist thing. I mean, maybe they had some effect on arming like HTS. It seems like by the US. I think it's more Turkey. It seems like this seems fairly a Turkey thing. I mean the US had some stake, I mean they have stake in it. They had some effect on it, but it seems like mainly a Turkey thing. Like it's hard to imagine this without Turkey. Let's just keep going. Kind of seems like the whole thing. I guess so. I'll recognize the West Bank annexation. Yeah, it seems like. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine what like Biden would stop Israel from doing, anyways. But yeah, I mean, if there's something he would stop, it's not something Trump would, obviously. I wonder how this. I mean, the only like obvious pessimism relates to Trump not giving a shit about the SDF. Just allowing. I mean, I don't know the. It's the Salvation Front is up here, right? That's what they're called. The interim government? Is that what they're called? Salvation? No. HTS is Salvation. I just mixed it up. It's the Syrian Free Army in, like, the Turkish Syrian Free Army. Is that what they're called? I always forget the names. They'll at least try to invade more of, I guess, Kurdistan or the SDF. I don't know what the rest of the very broad coalition is. The Syrian National Army, that's what they're called. Thank you. Like, what they're gonna do there? Are they gonna take part in that? I don't know. What is the relation between, like, SDF and HTS? I guess they were clashing, were they not? I mean, Iran is certainly not happy. There's still Iranian militia that are stuck in Syria, and they're not. Iran was, like, asking for safe passage for them. Iran is mad as hell. If you're Iran, you should be mad as hell. Because you did have this, like, land border, or this land continuation from Iran, Iraq, Assad into, like, Hezbollah. I'm sure Russia is pissed as well. Yeah, absolutely. And now that's completely cut off. Iran was much more invested. I mean, I guess Russia is also very invested. With, like, troops on the ground protecting Assad. HTS and SDF have backdoor agreements to not attack each other for now, right? So it's yeah. It's not an alliance, but it's not open hostilities. If anything, I think Trump would be like, want to stop Israel. I don't agree. What would the reasons be? I think any sort of Dove Trump stuff is fake. One thing I will say, though, with HTS in relation to the Kurds is that, like, yeah, I mean, Trump maybe changes this equation. I don't know. But they want American approval. It's clear that, like, Johnny knows where his bread is buttered. He wants Western approval. Joining the Syrian National Army and just like, oh, let's try to take the let's continue the civil war instead of coming to some sort of agreement with the SDF. I keep reading it as that too. I know, me too. The HSTS instead of HTS. What was I gonna say? That they wouldn't want to do that in the current situation they're in, given how tenuous the alliances they already have. I think that's probably a fair assessment, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, Trump literally was saying, like, we gave you the Golan Heights. That was his thing for Israel. Is like, I gave you guys that. Isn't there something named after Trump in the Golan Heights? I'm pronouncing it like Gulen. There's some Trump thing. The Trump Heights or whatever. Yeah, it's insane. So I think if anything, he'll say he's more likely to say keep going, but Biden's not gonna tell, I don't know. I don't. It's a lot you can speculate on. Obviously, this is like very uneasy moment for like any sort of minority group in Syria, but especially the ones now in like HTS control. All of the Alawite population. That was always the anxiety after like 2014. Is that really like the turning point where a lot of the rebels start to become more just explicitly what's the word I'm looking for? Is it partisan? Like it becomes much more of a religious ethnic distinction as opposed to a group of people opposing Assad. Sectarian, thank you. That was what I was looking for. Because HTS promises that it's going to, Syria's everyone in this, Alawites, Christians, Druze, they're part of Syria. They say that now, but then like, what happens if they secure control? Like the alliances are very tenuous right now. They clearly still are relying on the West for recognition. It was before 2011, I guess so. Although the claim I was thinking of is specifically like what portion of the people opposing the Assad government are sectarian, have some sort of sectarian sympathies at least, which I think takes a couple of years. Maybe I'm wrong. That was my understanding. He's running a tight ship in the north, but the rebels in the south are another story. Yeah, there's looting in Damascus, yeah. So maybe that's the main distinction. Oh, I gotta run an ad again. If you would like to not have the ads, the 3-minute ad break, you can subscribe. Although I'm assuming there's way less ads now because we're doing political content, which is good. I would turn off ads if I could, but I can't. So this is better than pre-roll ads because people click away when they. You think people are fleeing into the east? Is there any like stuff on that? Because I mean, yeah, especially if you're a minority group, I would much prefer to be like Assad got. My understanding is that Assad got a lot of his legitimacy, however much he had of it, positioning himself as like the protector of minority groups in Syria. Like that's a political clout, in like related to anxieties about like sectarian Sunni Arab groups. And there's a reason for that, right? Like it's not a. And federal minorities and fighting against terrorism, yeah, right. Like those anxieties are obviously very real. Some allies and Christians fled to Damascus or from Damascus. Some, like Tarjus made before it flood. I see. Right. Both sides have gotten too divisive and forgotten bipartisanship is what makes Syria great. That is the HTS. That's the HTS line now. Protect everyone who's doing battle bomb. Well, yeah, exactly. It's not. MB Darcy, thank you. It's not a. I'm not saying it's a foolproof image. But yeah, I don't know. What else is there to talk about? Fetterman walks so Jelani could run. What are the... Let's free to coastal cities, Christians flee to... Because it's like... It's around here. There's like a lot of Christians, right? Or is it over here? I thought it was like kind of this area. HTS country over party position. It's near Lebanon? Okay, like around here. I guess that makes sense. Are they Maronite? Or is it a specifically Lebanese Christian thing? Spread summer, now it's Gary Johnson. Al-Jalani Winter. That's grim. The statement Al-Jalani Winter is very grim. It's very much like a... Common sources claim, yeah, I think he is probably in Moscow. Very few Maronite? Oh, okay. I guess there's a controversy about like a demographic controversy or about classifying like Christian Arabs. I don't know. Is that label controversial? Eastern Orthodox and Catholic, right? Although Maronite are sort of Catholic. They're like Catholic coded. Yeah, I got called I forgot someone called me a pro-Israeli Jew for saying I hope bad things happen to Assad now that his government is toppled. And that was someone who followed me. So I think there's some odd things going on Twitter. They're Trinitarians. That's cool. Yeah, there's the Lebanese Maronite thing of being like we're Phoenician, like we're white, and everyone else in Lebanon isn't white. I guess that's kind of the phalangist. Oh, you're asking. Which is a whole other thing. Why did you find me last daughter? That was another one, funny one. Because what's her name? I made a joke about her. Where is it? I retweeted it at some point. It was a discourse about the CEO, how it feels being my dad dying. She's the CEO of United Healthcare, and it was Vivian, and then she quote tweeted it. I was like, oh, I didn't realize. I should have expected you were on here. So that's oomph now. Shout out to Vivian. The point, yes, Mia Khalifa is Lebanese Maronite. She used to have really bad political opinions, but she's based now, which is good. Because she used to be like pro-French and stuff, which is like and now she's like, no, free Palestine, Israel's bad. And my understanding is the Maronite are the more right wing. That was the in the Civil War, right? But she's good now. Live and live crossover, yeah. It was funny. So a couple people I saw were like, I didn't realize, I totally forgot that Liv is Elon's daughter, which is a funny, like, all white trans women are the same sort of moment, like any white trans woman who's posting online is like the same. She's a French name, uses a fake Arab sound. Yeah, I mean the stuff with the hijab is real bad. I think that's not controversial. I do think she's much better now, and also she was very wronged. It's a nuanced situation. That is like one of the reasons why so many of those right wing guys hate OnlyFans. It's because like I know like she said she made like $10,000 from her videos, and like how much money was generated off those. Whereas like with OnlyFans, like a vast majority of the profit goes to like the models. Lebanon is a French yeah, that hence the pro-French sort of sentiment from her. And also the name, yes, as well. I don't think it's necessarily true. Wait, what is? Did I set the timer again? I did. Oh, the management company. Yeah, you're right. Management companies do fuck with that, because if you don't have like a following and you don't know how to make one, then the will take a cut. It is like possible though to not use those. Obviously, if you know how to build a following yourself, or if you have one, then like it's just the cut from whatever website you use. Which I don't think they're like Twitch margins. I think they're like Patreon margins. It's like 10% or something, which is a lot, but it's like, that is like the method of making a shit ton of money if you want to go into sex work. I presume that's like the best method. Yeah, Lebanon was the French part. Oh, I mean, Syria was as well. I guess Syria was also, it's a different administrative. I mean, all of this goes back to Syrian occupation or French occupation of the region, because they gave the French gave administrative colonial power to the Chialouate, which is a very commonly used method of occupation or colonial administration. Is like you take a minority group in a region who is afraid of the majority and say like, we'll give you political power because then they become aligned to you. I mean, this happened. Another example I can think of is a lot of I don't know what their names are. Ethnic minority in Vietnam, for instance. I think they're around here in the sort of highland area, who for like centuries had been oppressed by like the Viet states, and then the administrative government comes in and says like, oh, and or did they give them political power? I know that they were on like the French and American side. They were afraid of a Vietnamese nation state. Right, it's like that history is recontextualized. So in this case, like obviously the Assads are Chialouate. And certainly some of, or at least a lot of I mean, one of the reasons why the Civil War became so sectarian was negative sentiment about like Sunni Arab political power, because the state is centralized around the Assads, the Chialouate. Same thing with Rwanda. Yeah, that's the thing. Colonial administrations like picking sides, because then you're like, oh well, we pick this side, and then you're going to be loyal to us. Create ethnic militias to fight the few men, right? Is it the Hmong? I think they're more. I guess it is just like the Southeast Asian Highland groups, which are like fairly diverse. Anyways, what's the Biden count for? I haven't been using it, but it's when I forget something that's obvious. I forgot Vivian Wilson's name. You're a Kate Winslet fan? I don't think so. Okay, cool. I rewatched Andor. That was great. I enjoyed Andor quite a bit. Watched it with my girlfriend. It was very hard. I had to convince her to watch it because she doesn't like Star Wars. I was like, no, but you'll like it. Like, it's not like Star Wars. And so the first 2 episodes she didn't, but then she got into it. I am such a like everything I write about, Andor what? Thank you. Yes, thank you. That's great. That's very funny. Big Star Wars fan lately. Most of the things I write about always are about like the culture industry and how it emotionally manipulates you. Now it sells you this sort of image of emotional gratification, and all this, and it's a lie. And that the image of what you ought to be from the culture industry is a false one. It's a simplistic image that they want to sell you to get you hooked on that sort of simplistic, content that's easily reproducible, so they can generate profit off you. But I'm such a sucker for Andor's broader storyline, especially in relation to Rogue One. I'm very touched by it in a way that I'm not touched by like most television or movie stuff, especially like Disney, like big culture industry content. Because his death, I mean, his arc is just very beautiful, and the way, because he, obviously he dies at the end because he's not in episode 4. They have to kill. I'm a Disney adult. I'm owned. I guess I'm owned. I'm gonna start. There's like a whole Disney adult studies thing where they talk about how cool Disney is. I was gonna write a piece on that, which I still should. It's just so bad. It's so awful. He dies in Rogue One. Sorry, yeah. Spoilers for the 2016 movie. If you haven't watched it, but the way he dies of like having an incredibly important impact on destroying the insanely evil imperial regime. Like he has such a shitty, morally confused life, and it produces this like wonderful clarity and purpose, and like I don't know, it depicts like a dying in a way that is worth, like it depicts what dying meaningfully can look like. Because I think, I mean, I think Adorno writes a lot about this in relation to Heidegger, of like one of the reasons why, like, how do I explain this? I haven't read this part of, I haven't read a lot of like Adorno philosophy stuff in a little while. But like dying with dignity is something that requires living with dignity, living a dignified life, that has some sort of broader productive purpose or meaning that is like so difficult to find in the sort of broken lives that we are given by the social world we're born into. I don't know. See, I'm so owned, but I do think it's very beautiful. The purpose he's given. She fell for it. Fell for it again award. You're not immune to propaganda. Did you take a look? Yes, I think we did look at that one. It shows the distinction a lot more. So Al-Jilani was saying like, oh, you guys need to stop, like, don't loot Damascus or whatever. As the expert, as the leader of this coalition, then I guess it's a combination of the Syrian fraud army at this point, because they're insanely washed. It was the Al-Tanf. It was the Al-Tanf trained, who I guess were trained by the American military for like 10 years, and it's like time to use our, like, all right, it's time to go. And then I guess also are just like ransacking Damascus. So yeah, as I did before, HTS I'm sure is mad as hell that they didn't get to take Damascus, and it was a less unified. Not that HTS is all that unified in the first place, I guess. I don't know. Is it supposed to be ice? No, I guess this is like contested control. Is it a foregone conclusion that Al-Jilani is like the head of an interim government? I think it's much more of a foregone conclusion if they get to Damascus first. They had no fuel in the tanks in Hamla because they sold the fuel. Yeah, I mean, they were just like insanely cooked. It was absurd. It was actually absurd. Like I don't think anyone expected it. Where are the Russian bases are on the coastline, right? The prime minister is right, and I think Al-Jilani said he would be, like, we have to hand over power to the prime minister. Assad did not die. No, he's in Moscow. Western Intel and Mossad didn't have anything on this. Yeah. Is that true? Interesting. Damn. Israel, it's interesting. Israeli, like, Mossad definitely did. That makes more sense to me. Because Mossad, like, Israeli intel has famously been good. Like, they've, like, in terms of their influence in Iran, it's, like, absurd. Although Iran is a special instance, I think. Because there's a lot of people in the society that are not particularly fond of especially the more traditionalist faction. Like the assassination of, I'm doing the Biden count again. Important Hamas leader. What is his name? Why am I? Hania. Like, that was an insane, like Israel has such an absurd reach into the Iranian state and Iranian society to be able to pull that off. But then they didn't presumably didn't see October 7th. Did they though? I guess that leads to baking of like people knew. They knew, but they didn't care. And then maybe if they didn't see this either. They lie about how many cloud. I mean, maybe. I think that I do feel like the effects of it. I didn't read this, but I should. I was told this was quite good. To start being homeless in America. The reporting in Israel suggests they were warned. Okay. Because that makes more sense. Although I guess that relates to their intel on the Syrian Arab army. Which I don't know anything about. Maybe they didn't need much because they know, well, Assad isn't going to try to invade the Golan Heights. At least anytime soon. Like, he's not going to cause problems there. Bunch of IDF Gaza border soldiers warn their higher-ups. Well, like, Hamas was, like, themselves warning Israel that, like, we're going to do some shit if you guys don't back off. No, Hamas certainly did not expect it. Maybe they just wanted to. Maybe it was they wanted them to attack, but they didn't realize how good it would be, how effective it would have been. I still don't think we have the retrospective on that yet. Hamas getting that far and was dog catching the car. Yeah, because they the point was to strike and then take some hostages back, right? That was kind of the image of like, regardless of the conclusions of this, you can't have this this status quo of this slow constriction. Like, this can't continue. Like, we know we're going to continue to fight. It was like, oh fuck, like we're just like, yeah. Which government was interested in Czech Al Qaeda because they didn't believe they could be so successful. It really is. I'm trying not to say this is like Andor because I would be owned. But it's like they're arrogant. They don't expect you to like come into their house, spit in your food, and take your shit. Because why would they be? It's so I know. It is. I do. Yeah. So I let arms flow through Hezbollah. Right. That was the recent souring of relations. But I don't think like that doesn't determine the Israeli position here, though. Like, I think Israel would be doing this regardless, because this isn't about Assad. There's certainly, I guess the conclusion is because of Assad helping the arms flow through Hezbollah, they are more happy than they were before and less hesitant about like, oh, this is a new status quo of a neighboring power who we've occupied some of their territory, and more like, okay, well, this cuts off Iran from a direct land connection to Hezbollah. It's why they consider a major terrorist attack orchestrated by a foreign terrorist organization was impossible for 9/11, which is so silly if you think about how 9/11 was done, right? They just took, like, they got on the plane and then they took it over. And, like, one of the important contexts to 9/11 is that, like, I think this kind of ended, like 9/11 kind of ended this. A lot of the time from like the 70s till when did this start becoming really a common thing? Like the word terrorist is how a state would describe them, but I don't like using it as a descriptive term, I guess. But like groups would take control of airplanes, like commercial airplanes that they boarded. And then freedom fighters, yeah, sure, would and then say like and tell the plane pilot to redirect it to another state. Yeah, like plane hijacking to be like, no, fly into this state where like I have political amnesty was like fairly common. And the attitude was let them do what they want, right? Like they want to hijack the plane and go, like, take it somewhere else. Just let them do that. Like that was the procedure. Hijacking was pretty chill unless you're an Israeli citizen. Yes, that is true. That is true. That one, yeah, they were definitely Taliban hijacked an Indian airplane in 1999. So that was the attitude, and it's like, okay. Again, it's like it's so. I guess no one would think that someone would themselves fly into a building. I guess that's the assumption. Because if you think about it in retrospect, it's like, okay, so it's pretty easy to hide. Is it going to get me on a list saying this? Like, it just automatically put me on a. It's pretty easy to hijack a plane because that's people's attitude. Is like, okay, just let them do what they want. And then you have a plane, right? Now it's not anymore. Certainly not. I'm already on a list. Yeah, I was thinking about that replying to Ken Klivenstein because I know they're watching him. He's been on the pod. We've talked about, like, we had the exclusive. I guess it's an exclusive about like was it the FBI going to Ken and being like, you guys, like, we're watching this. Yeah, he talked about that visit for the first time on our podcast. Like, that was the first where he was like, he was kind of a young guy and he didn't really know what he was doing. He was also surprised that he had to be sent here to tell me it. It was very funny. It was a very funny story. I don't think they expected the towers to collapse either. Maybe that's a good point, actually. I did not think about that. You know, I love the idea of like a Al Qaeda guy who's like, they fucking put charges in the buildings. Like, that was not our decision. We did not want them to fall. That was Bush. We didn't do that. We just wanted it to hit and then, you know, kill like 100 people. The towers just did that. Yeah. Bin Laden claims he didn't expect it to collapse. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. Wow. Isn't it so weird, all the odd contingencies in history? Think about this in the Russian Civil War, too. Is it like Denikin's coup? Who's the really weird right place, right time thing that allowed the Bolsheviks to have a bunch of guns in... Was it Petrograd at the time? Like, it was like... Yeah, it just happened. Like, no one really expected that. It kind of just fell into place. And that's the history. Franz Ferdinand assassination is another absurd one. It's Kornilov, thank you. Not Denikin. This is your problem. Did an episode about a flimsy World Trade Tower, which World Trade Center towers were. That's so interesting. So they picked the ones that was like very flimsy. Wow, that's crazy. They banned asbestos, but weren't properly fireproofed. Interesting. So you're saying that asbestos maybe would have prevented the Iraq War? I mean, they still probably would have done. They still probably would have done it if they didn't fail. They didn't fall. Maybe, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess nobody knows. If it was like a tenth of the cost, maybe less. I guess it's hard to say. Do you think Al Gore would have invaded Afghanistan? I'm too young to really know his deal. You think so? Okay. Yeah, but not Iraq. You're right. No, they would have. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So I was thinking of Iraq. I was like, yeah, you know, you're right. He would have invaded Afghanistan, but not Iraq. Yeah, yeah. That's probably the good. That's the liberal position. I guess that's a Biden count. I guess that counts. Yeah, Iraq was a Bush admin thing. That's why I was confused because I was thinking of Iraq. Um, yeah, it's crazy. History is crazy. Things are happening. It's crazy. It's isn't that crazy, folks? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. There's a lot to say about a lot of things that have happened recently. Um, yeah, I can't say I expect this to lead to anything good. However much, I don't like. I was not a fan of Assad. It's the thing with like this is an insane analogy, but bear with me. Like when Hillary lost to Trump, it was like, well, at least Hillary's sad. Like at least she got owned. It's like I don't know if that's like the result I would have desired. It makes me very uneasy. It is. It's just it's a pity both sides can't lose. She is Hillary al-Assad. He did the Javits Center thing, where if you're unfamiliar, in 2016, Hillary rented out the Javits Center in New York. It's New York, right? She was gonna have her great victory speech, and then she ate shit, and she didn't even come out, right? She disappeared. She had fucking John Podesta do a thing of like, everyone, please go home. We still might win, like whatever. Assad didn't even make a speech. He just left. Same as Kamala, by the way, as well. Yeah, he just fucking left. Hundreds of thousands of people fought for him for decades, or a decade, I guess. Unmarked, thank you. And he just left. Nothing. No speech. He's gone. No, I think we're pretty sure he didn't die. I don't know why Russia would be lying about him being in Moscow. Israeli media reported he left a couple days ago. That's possible. I wouldn't doubt it. But still, exactly, right? It's like, oh, well, this is done. So I passed the thing saying there's a connection between HTS and Netanyahu. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Not sure HTS would kill it. Well, it's not up to HTS, I guess, right? Because if he was in Damascus, I think he would have gone out like, what's his name? Gaddafi? We would have had a Gaddafi situation. Which is, if you're Assad, probably not a thing you want. I would say, is being knife raped. There's like a video, isn't there? Like it's like, yeah. That's probably what would have happened if they caught him. Which, like, again, okay. I guess I can't endorse that, can I? That's probably not good. Pro-Israeli libs are mad the ICC can't prosecute him. Yeah, probably. There's no government in exile now. He's cooked. I think this is the death of Syrian Baathism. Maybe that's a silly claim for me to make in terms of like being confident about that, but I don't. I have a hard time imagining that there is like Baathist political remnants here. Like that's a fundamental change of like the political landscape. Not the curse. I feel like the curse has been lifted. I think I hate to say. I think the curse has been lifted. They're still in Iraq, but that's like, I guess that's Iraqi baptism, right? Which is slightly different. There's some difference there. I don't think Iraqi baptism. That's what I am skeptical of that. Baptism is pretty done. Yeah, this is the website. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's still I'm just still like, we're still on this, because I'm just like, I'm so absurdly stun locked by just literally 2 week operation. Saw a lot of pro Saddam TikToks when he's in a Sunni majority country. That's funny. But yeah, I mean, I think it's very marginal, right? I think probably more in the Syrian. I mean, I don't know. Um, yeah, it seems less, even if there's some sympathy. Am I Syrian? No, I'm not Syrian. Um, there's a lot of pro Gaddafi stuff. Yeah, I do think that's also like, it is, the discourse on that is interesting. Um, in relation to Gaddafi. Because I think the consequences of just the political power vacuum from like the West intervention killing him, like really recontextualized the late period of Gaddafi running Libya, especially the late period. Um, I saw some video of a Libyan guy saying like he supported Gaddafi dying, and like, now I like, if I could go back, I would have fought for Gaddafi. Um, like, I do think like freedom and political power are, it's always like relative, or it's always, I guess, like, the more annoying but more accurate is dialectical. It's always opposing something concretely. Um, it is hard to think of political entities in a vacuum, especially when they affect your life, when they affect your ability to live a comfortable, fulfilling life. Following the election, 93% of Republicans believe the elections are administered fairly. That's funny. My understanding is that Democrats also do, because there's been an uptick, a worrying uptick of like Blue Anon. Like Elon hacked the election with Starlink stuff. Think the U.S. is going to do anything? Probably not in this, other than like, I don't know what they would do. Like, I don't think Trump, like, I don't know what Biden would do. Um, um, but Trump is certainly probably not going to do much. Like, I feel like the Kurds are broadly on their own. That's the direction this feels like it's going. Um, we talked about some of the conspiracy theories about the election on a QA episode, but it was all very silly. There was one that was real, but it was about a specific plan by fry groups in Pennsylvania to, they attempted to get, at the very last minute, attempted to get certain ballots by foreign nationals, or not foreign nationals, by people who are outside. What is the by Americans abroad who registered to vote in Pennsylvania? They tried to overturn like 5,000 of them, and it broadly didn't work. My understanding is that those complaints were overturned. But there was a conspiracy about that because someone had a challenge to their ballot. And they were like, oh, is this, they said like, oh, I bet Elon's going to, copy this before Elon takes it down. But my ballot in Pennsylvania, like I'm living abroad, is being challenged. But that one was, instructive because it was out in the open. It was only 5,000 ballots, and the, neutral, not Trump-aligned courts in PA overturned it, right? Like the large scale, like there were Democrats on Twitter and Blue Sky, especially Twitter, saying that like we're looking for the 12 million Democrat mail-in ballots that like they stole, right? Like it was like, because people don't understand how elections happen because they don't look at the minutia of elections until until now. And so they were taking the day of Kamala Harris vote count, which was like 66 million, being like, well, Biden got 83 million votes, which, Kamala got like 75 million, was it? 2024 U.S. election. Results. Yeah, like 75 million. Trump got, Trump still got, this is an interesting thing to think about. Trump still got way less votes than Biden did in 2020. Like when people think of this as, this is an endorsement of Trump fascist politics, it's like, oddly and like not that much. I know that the right wants it to be. It's more that people like are fairly easy to manipulate and don't care as much about, Trump authoritarian turn than they should. And that they've, grocery prices are more expensive than they used to be. It's like there's not much you can learn. It's honestly not a very like, this is a new political order. I'm writing a Substack article, but I don't know. I'm trying to phrase it properly. And I've been working on it for a couple weeks about this. That it's like people want this to be, this is a new political order. This is indicative of some really serious change. And it's kind of not. Like we kind of haven't learned much. It might change the political landscape, certainly. But it really was just like, yeah, no, it's a broader trend. Like it's a broader trend in incumbent political parties eating shit because of inflation. It is a bit of a nothing ever happens. I don't know if nothing will happen, but it certainly hasn't. Like this isn't indicative of anything happening. If there's a new political order that emerges from this, like it's kind of by accident. During the next Canadian election, I mean, I just know what's gonna happen. It's conservative majority. That was the Canadian response. The Canadian Liberal response, because I do have so much contempt for Canadian Liberals, but like they saw the Kamala loss, and by that much, and they're like, well, nuts, darn, shoot, like we're cooked. Like people hate Trudeau, but it goes beyond that. It goes like, unless the Liberals changed what they were like fundamentally and ran against a Trudeau, like it's like, oh, then there's probably nothing that they can do. They're kind of cooked, which is true. Trudeau's still an idiot for not stepping down because we know he's cooked, right? Like he's absurdly cooked. It's not like there was a bit of like kind of nostalgia blurring people's visions about like Trump because he ended his thing after like COVID, right? Like he had at least more than half a year of COVID lockdown during his presidency. With Trudeau, he's been in power since what? 2015? Like, there's no... He wants to hold off. Well, he wants to still be... He's going through a midlife crisis because he lost his wife. And he likes being the cool, like, liberal leader. When he's going on, like, fucking Colbert and stuff. And he doesn't want to, like... He's like, what would I do if I wasn't the prime minister? He's been the Canadian prime minister for so long. Oh, yeah, and then Alberta passed 3 anti-trans bills. They're very much so one of the more extreme culture war provinces. They're still being... They still think that there has, like, popular approval for that, which there really isn't. The majority popular opinion is broadly transphobic in terms of trans kids, but people are more obsessed with medical tyranny. So if it's like, if there's a procedure that a doctor wants to do and a parent agrees with it, then a vast majority of people are like, yeah, I mean, obviously. So the banning gender affirming care for anyone under 16 is like not a particularly popular. Will he be replaced as the party leader too? If they lose, he's done. Oh yeah, if they lose, when they lose, he's done. It's a question of when, not if. So it's like, does he step down now, or does he wait till he loses disastrously? I mean, it's just basically a foregone conclusion, especially like a lot of Canadian Liberal MPs have been wanting him to step down. Not because they don't like him, because they love Trudeau. Like he defines the party in the last like decade. But who could replace him? No one can. He has to agree to be replaced. They put this like resign or else, like what is the word for that? Ultimatum. The or else was nothing. There's like 50 MPs, which obviously they're motivated because like there have been a couple by-elections, and it shows like very deep liberal seats, like plus 20 liberal seats, are like losing. They're losing in those seats. So it's like, if you're a liberal MP, it's like, well, I'm fucked, right? Next election, I'm cooked if we have the current status quo. But they've tried to do it and they failed. No one's to stick the knife, because they would have to openly revolt. They would have to be like, we're leaving the party if you don't, right? Like it would be like, and they're not willing to do that. I don't think they're willing to do that. And Polyev is a Israel hawk. Polyev said that he supports Israel trying to destroy Iranian nuclear sites. So that's not good. Oh yeah, did we watch this? We can talk about this guy. All I'll say about this is that there's a thing recently that happened in New York that I think is really good. That thing, of course, was the newsletter I wrote with Alex, with All Over World. He's, of course, in New York. And I think we worked on a really good newsletter. I think it's really good. I should link it. It's about Theodore Adorno and the Jake Paul fight. It's for his Substack. Where I should link it. Where is it? Not the comments. It's for free if you would like to read it. But an entirely unrelated thing that's happening in New York. Thank you, Sydney. Was there no audio? Why is there no audio? There's the Blue Sky one had audio. Maybe I'll look at that one again. Where is it? But yeah, I mean that. So they just have nothing on him, right? The assassin guy. They just have absolutely nothing on him. Like, are we sure about that? Like, that's the general conclusion. Because it does seem like, I don't know. This is like it's a willful thinking sort of. Oh, here it is. Thank you. It's a wishful thinking
So,
thing,
the
maybe.
gunman who killed the CEO there of the largest U.S. health insurer likely left New York City on a bus soon after this brazen ambush that has now shaken corporate America. But he left something behind, a backpack that was discovered in Central Park. Now, police still do not know the gunman's name or whereabouts.
I thought they said they knew his name and they're not releasing it because it would give him an upper hand.
Or had a motive for the killing. You see there
Maybe
NYPD
this is
officers
outdated.
searching Central Park in new video. Now, investigators were looking at whether the shooter may have been a disgruntled employee or client of the insurer. Now,
They're just so like, yeah. I'm looking
video
around.
of the gunman fleeing Wednesday's shooting showed him riding a bicycle into Central Park.
You know the reason why I feel like the backpack isn't his is because why the fuck would you dump your backpack?
Later taking a taxi to a bus terminal that offers commuter service to New Jersey and Greyhound routes to Philly, Boston, and D.C.
So he could be anywhere, right? They don't know where he is. He could be anywhere.
Police have video of the man entering the bus station, but no video of him exiting, leading them to
He could be anywhere. He could be in Canada.
believe he left the city. Investigators today found a back. So
He's got like, is he just gone? I don't, because they released like the NYPD person called it a money shot, which is fucking hilarious. And also a thing that happened.
I am gay.
Bon Winter, thank you. These are extra photos, which don't look like him, really. Don't look like the other one, right? Oh. I guess if I search money shot on Blue Sky, I shouldn't be surprised if one of the image results is like gay furry porn. I guess I should have seen that coming. NYPD. I guess I should have seen that coming. I guess pun unintended, I'm sorry. I didn't. This is one of the photos, which how the fuck did they get this photo? I'm confused.
It's around 6:44 a.m.
Okay, don't autoplay. And then it was this. I mean, I guess that could be him. I guess so. What was the other one? He's very handsome. He's a very handsome man. The story with this, by the way, isn't it that he was at Starbucks and he was flirting with the barista, and she was like take off your like mask. I want to see your smile. Isn't that the story? That's the story I saw. Is the hostel? Okay, not the. He is so cool, man. I do not endorse murder. I would never endorse murder. I would never endorse murder for any person. People blush? Yeah, a little bit. I don't think this, they just don't have anything, right? I mean, okay, so this is the backpack. Why would he dump his backpack? Because they said they also found like it was a smudged fingerprint and then possible DNA. But they don't just like have your DNA though. Like they have it if you have like a felony, right? Like there's criminal databases. Makes him less recognizable. I guess so, because you can't see where he's going. What type of backpack is that? Someone said it was, or use 23andMe, yeah. Or if you use 23andMe, I guess. It doesn't indicate flight route if you dump it earlier. That makes sense. I guess maybe. They say the fingerprint is unusable because it's smudged. What else did they find in the backpack? I guess it'll say here.
A.m. local time in what would later be identified as a target about the suspect seen outside this hostel on West 103rd Street on the Upper West Side. According to
if you're booked in
footage
jail,
reviewed
okay.
by local authorities, police later released these images of.
Look, it's a good backpack. It's a $300 backpack. That's expensive.
The suspect, whom authorities believe is seen flirting with a desk clerk in the hostel
He's a handsome man.
lobbies days before the shooting. These surveillance photos show the suspect at a Starbucks sometime before the shooting. His face is partially covered. The exact time of this sighting has not yet been confirmed. 6:29 a.m. A person who appears to be the suspect walks past a parking lot on West 54th Street, just 50 meters away
It's weird that this is a video of just an empty sidewalk.
from the site of the shooting. 6:44.
I don't think I can show this. It's the fact that there's a video is also crazy. That video is wild. This is 3 different white guys. I don't even know if they're white guys. I couldn't even. I'm not even sure at all what's going, like, we have no, they do look different. Maybe, like, it could be the same person and they could be him. I don't know. I know there's a desire to will into existence the fact that they don't have. He could be Lebanese. He could be Italian. He could be French. I couldn't tell you. He could be Turkish. The ethnicity of the suspect has been updated to worldwide Latina belt. He could be Serbian. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The response has honestly surprised me that, like, pretty much everyone is just thinking it's funny. Like, you know, they have Ben Shapiro out of pearl clutching thing, and all the replies were like, I'm like a Trump voting Republican, and all of my Trump voting Republican friends agree that it's funny. It's a fascinating, like people. I wonder if this is a CEO thing or specifically healthcare insurance, because Americans really don't like their healthcare. They really don't. One of the reasons why it's like, oh, I hope they don't have shit, is it is impressive. Like, you think of the surveillance apparatus, how much money goes into it, how much like they're fucking watching, how difficult it is to do anything without a video. And like, this guy comes in with, you know, he doesn't have his cell phone on him. You know, he has a mask on, and he brings a bike, and then he just, in New York fucking city, like, what are the NYPD have like more funding than most armies do, and they're like, yeah, we got his name, but we don't want to say his name. And he took a bus, and he rode a bike that was like not a city bike, you know. Was there a witness? I guess there was a guy right there. And then they don't have shit, right? They don't have shit on him, right? It's like, we're looking for a guy in a mask. The surveillance state really isn't. It really is a bit of a paper tiger. This is what I was thinking of in terms of like revolts. In previous, you know, like Bolsheviks, social revolutionaries against the Russian Tsar. How much easier it was to just do shit. Like, there's the John Mulaney joke about DNA. They're like, but like, crimes must have been so easy before any DNA stuff, that it's like, the punchline is like the detective is like, we have a crime scene. It's, you know, the perpetrator's blood, sweat, and semen have been, you know, scattered across the scene, and the main detective is like, gross, clean it up. Like, there's nothing, you don't have any. But it really does seem like it's still fairly weak. I was gonna say, I wonder if AI changes that, or I wonder if AI is like not competent enough to change that. Apple has been, I think they can, have they done this now? like your face detector thing, they can do it with the mask on, which is obviously like, well, they want to identify people. They want the tech to identify people with masks, right? Or wearing masks. But I don't know. Maybe they still. There's not that much to go off of. Well, a lot of forensic science is made. Blood spatter stuff is just fake, right? I was rewatching Dexter for a little while. I think I talked about that before. And it is kind of just fake. The NYPD, like, a lot of murders don't go solved. Like, a lot of murders stay unsolved. It's kind of easy, like, you know. Even in this case, if like he left his like DNA, I mean, maybe it's not his like his. It is also remarkable that like no one has given a tip. I mean, maybe they have his name. I just don't understand. One thing you have to know about cops is they do lie a lot. They love lying. Like a lot of, you can tell that a journalistic institution is especially stupid if they just take the cops at their word for shit. They like to lie. They like saying they have shit. They like being confident. They like saying that an event happened in a way that it didn't. Because they know that their like authority is trusted. Hold on, let me. It's been an hour. I'll run the ad break. Also, if you like the stream, you should give me money. If you have an Amazon Prime, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get one free subscription a month. I do like this being like the 21st century DB Cooper would be interesting. Because it's like anyone can put meaning into it. Their police are supposed to do the right thing. Makes you think. It really makes you think. Mingus, thank you.
I am gay.
Lie detector tests are the funniest of that because they really like. I mean, you can cheat one, but it also just like doesn't necessarily work. They're far from like a surefire thing. It's fair, thank you. It measures anxiety, right? Because the interesting thing about like there being no answer to this, of like who it was, what was the motive, is that anyone can put stock into it that they want to. The answer is probably that it's related to money. That is kind of how. I mean, I'm sure he's been on a plane already. Divine, thank you. Divine Diablo.
Do not
thanks.
come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
It's meant to scare him, right? They're taught to lie as a posturing thing, police, yeah. So you're reading the Peak Designs website, and the copy for the duffel bag reads, and every now and again you need to send a powerful message to your enemies. Yeah, it is crazy. JPEG, thank you for the prime. There's a hype train if you would like to subscribe. It is crazy how much everyone did just decide, like, yeah, it's funny. Like, the shooter lost someone who had denied insurance claim. That's another interesting one. It was pretty like. It's someone I don't. The reason why I don't believe that, I don't think that is that if you look at the video, which I assume I can't show a video of a CEO getting shot in the back of like the head. Did it hit his head or was it center mass? It's probably center mass. Like it's clear that he's done this before. Real crunchy, thank you. Like he's not panicked. He shoots him, he reloads, he shoots him, he walks up, the guy stumbles, he walks up and then he makes sure that he's dead. And he's like walking. Like it's very calm and premeditated. Like this is someone this isn't the first time he's killing someone in this way, right? Defend, deny, depose is interesting though. That is an interesting see, it's very juicy. With the silencer and it's interesting. Like it was a gun that wasn't supposed to have a silencer, so you have to like cock it manually. I think it jams and he has to like unjam it. Like he's very familiar with the weapon, right? I don't think you see. I think rival insurance company ordering a hit makes sense. Something like that. You know, that's probably the more likely answer. Someone paying a lot of money for a hit. I don't see why it would be CIA. Suppressor, not silencer. Okay, whatever. And it stands for Armalite, and it's a magazine. You have to do it manually because there's not enough energy. Oh, that makes sense. Because it cocks it right. That makes sense. It didn't have a negative effect on the company, right? Like there was a bake that it was stockholders or whatever that they thought it would go up. If it was a hit, you'd have a heart attack in a hotel. Are you sure? I think this is a hit. I think that's a hit, man. I find it hard to believe that wasn't a hitman. Or someone who's killed high profile people before. Like it was not sloppy. Oh, did the stock go down significantly? Oh, okay. CO is also insider trading. I am skeptical that this is a political thing because I don't know, the shell casings make it interesting. The shell casings definitely make it interesting because is that the title of a book about American insurance stuff? I think it's too risky for a pro. You think so? I mean, maybe I'm too influenced by like media and I don't know how hitmen actually work. But like, surely someone would take that for a lot of money. What's in the backpack? It's not the exact title. I mean, that was clearly the reason, right? Professional wouldn't have had a fancy identifiable backpack. I guess that is kind of sloppy. Didn't have a booster on the suppressor or had too heavy a recoil spring. Okay. They found Monopoly money in the backpack. Oh, did they? Maybe it was his backpack. I don't think the whole thing is a psyop. I think that's way too conspiratorial. I think anything could be a psyop, but there's no reason to believe that it is. Also, 20 seconds left on the hype train if you would like to subscribe. We have lots of cool emotes. And I'm going to stream again. As long as my throat isn't super sore after this, I will be streaming regularly again. And I should probably go to the doctor to make sure I don't have strep throat. Yeah, I guess that is the interesting. Oh, okay. One thing I will say, and again, this is all speculation. We don't know. You put the deny, depose, defend stuff, so that people don't suspect that it's a hit, I guess, or they don't suspect that it's just like what it probably is, which is just someone put a lot of money into killing this guy because they've benefited from it materially in some way. They had his name because the bag had Guy Fawkes written in it. Apparently, Eric Adams said they had his name because the bag had. No, I don't. That's a joke, right? You're making a joke. I assume that's a joke because that's too funny to be real. That's much too funny for a thing to be real. We demand that this Guy Fawkes guy turns himself in. It is very Eric Adams. It's a legit rumor. The bag could have been... Because it was 3 days ago. Delay, defend, deny. Was it one off? What was the shell casing? Deny, defend, depose. Oh, it was different. That's weird. That's just odd. The strategy according to formal state, denying a claim, delaying settlement of the claim, and defending against the claim of court. Right. Maybe that indicates closer that it's an attempt to make it sort of look like it's motivated by, you know, it's a political thing and not just like a hit for money. Yeah, like that's a good red herring. It's like someone who doesn't really believe in it, I guess. It's possible. I mean, again, all this is pure speculation. I think it's silly to think that it like everything is the CIA, because they're not actually that powerful. Also, I don't know why they would do that. His wife said he was getting threats. Yeah, I don't know. Like the backpack is interesting because it was 3 days, right? It took them 3 days to find the backpack. That's far long. Like, you would think a proper hit like this, I guess you would think a proper hit like this, you would have a less identifiable backpack. Why does it do regular 47 poison pen stuff? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? For like a C, like if you're just a guy who's like, I'm a professional, I'm, you know, this massive CEO, you're doing poison pen stuff? I don't think so. I think like they knew exactly where he would be because his schedule was public at the time. Right? Like, I mean, it reeks of someone who knows how to murder someone at least. Like, you watch the video, he's very calm, right? Like, he's walking, he's not freaking out. He's you would think he would use a disguise though, if it was like if it was like, this is someone like this. This does make me think of
person you were idea. Some, if you're going to be somewhere for a while, maybe
you like add a bunch of stuff on.
When an American stands, they tend to support themselves on one foot or the other.
Like, are we like? It doesn't seem like that the money shot photo is a disguise. It's just his face, right? I mean, maybe you would just use a mask. I guess you just use a mask. I guess that's the answer. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he was masked up. I mean, maybe it's not his face. I guess we don't actually know if it's his. Yeah, I guess that's true. People are guessing. People are saying it's possibly, you know. The jacket is different, but isn't it a different day? I guess if it's a different day, it's going to be pretty hard to get him. I would have to, like, how well surveyed is New York, right? It'd be pretty easy to take cameras and, like, this guy was in a hostel with a fake name, fake ID, and he moved around, he did a couple things, and he went back to it, and he did it, and then he shot him, and then he left. That you could, like, retrace those steps through like, surely you would be able to do that, right? I guess it's hard. I guess if you're just leaving, okay, the counterpoint, I guess, is that if you're like, every time he leaves, it's a different outfit and he's just a mask, then they're picking one guy in that hostel who had a mask and he took it off. So I guess they don't fucking know. Yeah, the AI face stuff is bunk. Yeah, but like you can track a guy moving around if you like know his outfit. But yeah, I guess it's possible that that is just a different guy. And like you wouldn't. I guess you. I mean, maybe you would fuck up. I guess that's the question. The question is, did he fuck up? I guess that is the question. Because if he doesn't fuck up at all, if this is like a perfectly executed hit, which like if you're a hitman, you can probably do. You don't remove your mask when you're at the teller thing for a lady because you're flirting with her. You know, you don't leave your half drinking water bottle in the backpack to be identified. You throw it separately, right? When you're in Central Park, you throw it separately so when they find the backpack. Um, I mean, they're gonna. Well, if you're like this is like a really obviously a very high stakes thing. Of all of the hits to do, it's a very high stakes one. You could be Hamas. That's true. Um, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's all speculation. It's fun to speculate about, I guess. Um, should have ditched the backpack in the river. Yeah, that is the thing about the backpack. Look, Hamas, they have shooters everywhere. They're an international organization. I mean, I don't know. CIA is famously incompetent hitman, though. Well, but famously incompetent hitmen would probably be a lot worse than this, right? I don't know why the CIA would want to kill this guy. Where were you on December 4th? Why are you not streaming? What happened in December 4th? Was that did this happen? It's because my throat was sore. Also, hello, Tubby Man. Tubby Man. My throat has been super sore. I should probably just get a doctor's appointment. So I've been trying to take it easy. That's the date? Oh, I see. I understand. See, but I am providing my alibi. Okay, so let me provide it. Is I could your officer, I could not have been there in New York on December 4th because my tummy hurt. Have you considered I tweeted out my tummy hurt. My tummy hurt oh so bad. Oof. Would someone whose tummy hurts have committed such a atrocious crime? Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting though. I don't know. My reading still is just like very expensive hitman. I guess why would you use an expensive backpack? Why wouldn't you use just a cheap one? That is silly. I wonder, okay, this is baking. It was there for 3 days. I wonder if it was to like replace it. Like is that planted? Is the backpack planted? I know this is also baking. But like is the backpack planted? Yeah, you're making a statement. Cuz the thing that was in the backpack was a Guy Fawkes was it a Guy Fawkes mask? And then the Monopoly money and then a water bottle with evidence on it? Maybe that's the thing. It's like this the fucking one. Cuz like I'm like, am I reading into that they're way more confident than they, but it's like, that's not hard to pull off. If you think about all of the things here, like it's not like, yeah, I'm gonna leave the backpack here or someone else will leave it for me and it's like planted. Yeah, it's someone else's bag. Like you discard the backpack and then someone swaps it or something. It was there for 3 days. Actually, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's too elaborate. Maybe the thing you want to do is just get out, and that's like probably a silly thing to do. Remember when they were like, we found a granola wrapper? Then they must have been the assassin? Yeah, I guess so. So it was 3 days after, and did people know the identity of the backpack at this point? That's the funniest option, actually, is that someone else just planted it. Just random throw in with fake evidence. Like you saw a water bottle that someone else drank from and you grabbed it and you... I don't know. Like the thing about it is, I mean, I guess they would find more evidence if they found a guy. Am I following Dingoot? I'm not following it that much. It's kind of washed. What is the score now, though? It's kind of a washed world championship. So Gukash takes the lead. Ding isn't actually, like, he isn't... I was worried he would just completely fall apart, but he seems to be doing okay. You don't think a hitman would take a ground from Georgia? You think that's pleb stuff? Maybe. How would a hitman... I guess a hitman would probably just get driven. But no, you don't want to get driven, right? I don't know. I feel like that might be... Isn't that fairly clean? I feel like public transit works. The video is... The backpack was sold out the day after the assassination. And they found it 2 days after that? Oh, I mean, then it's not his. It's so not his then, right? Right? Is that crazy? Like, they found it 3 days after the assassination. If this is true, if Chad is not lying to me, then it's so obviously not his. What if this was Assad all along? That's true. I looked at what Paul was saying about Syria, and they were all arguing about whether Assad was white or not. It's slightly tangentially related. They didn't find it during the original search of Central Park. Well, there you go. He's Latino. Is he? Well, white is a complicated subject. I think if he was an American, he would put white on the census, would he not? Like the isn't that a thing with the American like race census? Like a lot of Arab people put white, or they're told to. Yeah, white Middle Eastern. There's no separate category. Yeah, you just put white. Which is like original, like old insane racist European racial categories. Like Arab people are considered white. Which I think a lot of that changes as a result of colonization, because obviously white is a racial, it's a continually updating social category that's based on politics. But it's complicated is the answer. The same, I guess, with Turkish people of like what is that real tweet? Like, are Turkish people white? The longest lasting conversation, forum topic locked after 100,000 replies. But obviously the poll isn't looking for that account of race. Which is ironic that like they don't know their like white supremacist racial categories as well as like I do. I like the Hitler opinion, because there was like some vague like there's like a Middle Eastern Foreign Legion and the Nazis, and some like vague, not particularly strong alliance between some like anti-imperial Arab groups. and Hitler, because you common enemy. Where they're like they're honorary Aryans, but only some of them was the Nazi take. Like the ones that look whiter, those are the Aryan. Why did we get on this? Why did I start talking about this? um, oh, because someone said it was Assad, the shooter guy. Yeah, we don't know. There's no proof of Assad being in Damascus on the 4th, is there? Um, they might PD should get the Reddit Boston bomb. Well, they kind of did, didn't they? Like there were people tracking like this some like city bike they were convinced was him. Because the NYPD said that he got on a city bike, and then it turned out he didn't. And some kid was like tracking them all and posting them publicly, and then he got like doxxed because everyone was like, "Keep like mind your fucking business." Yeah, I don't know. They might not get him. They might not get him. I don't. The way that you guys have described this has not instilled confidence in me of the NYPD. I mean, at some level, it is interesting. Like, what would you do? Like, if this is a situation where, whenever he was in public, he masked up when he was in New York. Like, he took a Greyhound, and he paid for it, cash. All the public transportation, it was a prepaid card he paid with cash. You wear your mask. He doesn't have his phone on him. He has no phone in New York. He pops him, gets on the bike, and then goes back, goes wherever. He went to that transit thing, and on maybe a new prepaid card with cash, he goes to fucking Canada or wherever. What would you do? Isn't that like a fairly straightforward plan? I don't know what the surveillance state. I guess the answer is like, go to Las Vegas. Look, I'm in Vancouver. It's a different part of the. Like they're very far away. Canada's a big country. Are you giving tips? I'm just describing the thing that he did. New York is a border state. Yeah, you can take a bus from like Montreal. It's like 10 hours. How do you find the guy in the first place? The CEO? They need to start randomly searching white guys. Yeah. The CEO's location was public because he was at a conference. So it was easy to know exactly where he would have been. Maybe that's why it's like such a ingenious hit or whatever. It's because he was like, I'm in New York. Like what, someone's gonna fucking pop me? Like, no. But it's like, yeah, what does surveillance do in this case? I'm telling them NYPD have it on good authority the shooter's Canadian. How many fake tips do you think they've gotten? I'm looking for. We've identified the name of the suspect. We are looking for Amanda Hug and Kiss. Amanda Hug and Kiss, please turn yourself in. I'm once again repeating how much the NYPD would like it if Amanda Hug and Kiss would make himself known. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's interesting. It's an interesting moment. I guess there's a couple of things that maybe indicate Someone said like, is it a hitman wouldn't take public transport? Maybe that's true. If it's like a really high, like, I'm assuming like it would be a lot of money. Like, someone would have to pay a lot of fucking money to get this done. Oh yeah, the Canadian immigration system, it's very not good now. Trudeau is entirely conceded, and it won't even help him, I don't think. That's the thing, like, it's the Democrat thing, where it's like, surely we'll win, like, anti-immigration conservatives, and it's like, no, they still think you suck. Just everyone hates him. Everyone, like, yeah, he's fucked. There's no, like, if you're gonna do this, you might as well, like do what you believe in. You know, if you're gonna do the Trudeau thing where it's like you're fucked, and you just don't refuse to step down. Cheetah people, thank you. Like, it's such a cowardly combination. Isn't it like there's going to be like 4.8 million people like next year in Canada whose visas will expire, which is like more than a tenth of the country. It's fucking insane. It's like the Canadian Liberals holding up signs that say like voluntary mass deportations. Don't get to hate him, yeah. I always want, like, my understanding was, especially in like, well, at least I know in BC, like a lot of South Asian, and I think East Asian as well, immigrant communities, like, are voting more conservative. I wonder, like, where this is, because it's obviously like a political thing. I know someone made the joke that like, maybe I made that like the Canadian like cultural immigration integration thing is working because even like Trudeau immigrants, the people who have immigrated under Trudeau hate him. I wonder, like, will that have an effect on? You think the like, the election next year? I guess he's just kind of fucked. Because I know like Rob Ford in Ontario, he has kind of a coalition, which is shaping up to be what's happening in BC as well, of like it's like the South Asian communities and then rural white people is like a lot of his base. That's starting to be the case with like Surrey and BC. Is it Rob Ford? Did I get it? I always mix it up. Settlements and citizenship are more conservative. Oh yeah, of course. Like the people who are still, yeah, to get PR and suddenly had the points pulled. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm sure. Yeah, which is a lot of people. Like that is a lot of people in Canada. Like the Canadian population is going to get smaller by like a couple million. It's expected to. In the next couple, like, surely that's good for the economy. Surely this will have a good result for the economy. Yeah, I don't know what I don't fucking know what I was thinking. I don't know what it's just, he's just delusional, I think. And I think we're also, I don't know. Is Trump going forward with the tariffs? I think he wants to. Because we'll also be so cooked because of that. I mean, so will America. We're going down with the ship. He does need pussy, that's true. That is like he's going through a midlife crisis. Trudeau, there's the odds of Trudeau not dating like a 23-year-old are so low. Like some like like poli sci 4th-year undergrad in like Ottawa. I want to see Trudeau's field profile. um Age range 19-23, yeah. How old is Trudeau? Oh, he's 52. He's going through a midlife crisis. You think Trudeau? That's an important question. You think Trudeau would claim to be a pleasure dom on field? 52 he him. Just going through something right now, looking for company. Post Trudeau on December 4th. That's true. The Quebecois are a part of the worldwide Latino belt. Yeah, 52 him costume enthusiast. Exactly. Ottawa to New York. You can take the train. You take the Via Rail to Montreal. And I don't know what is the Montreal New York train. It's like a 13-hour, 14-hour train ride. Yeah, no, it's. But yeah, it looks like they don't have anything though. I believe there is a Montreal to New York, isn't there? Maybe I'm thinking of like a Greyhound or something. Like it's a bus. It's like 10 hours though. And then he approved the high-speed rail thing. That was funny. That's a funny send-off. That's clearly a thing he believes in. The Toronto, like Montreal or Toronto Quebec City corridor. Or is it London Quebec City corridor? Is that what it's called? He approved high-speed rail there. It's gonna get axed? I guess so. Right. Via to Toronto and then Amtrak to New York City. Oh, okay. When you tried to go to New York City, when was that? Chatter? Was that a couple of days ago? It was um yeah, so it looks like they don't have much. I mean, I don't know. It is the Andor thing again. I hate to say it. It's like they're overconfident. Because why would they not be? Like what force has opposed the NYPD? What would make them like possibly worried enough to actually be competent in relation to this? Like what is the murder rate? Hello T girl Renee Rhaenyra Targaryen. That's a good name. The show is washed now, right? Am I correct? Is the season 2 is kind of not good? Like wasn't George mad about it? It's goated? Okay. Is it actually goated or is it like fun? I only trust book watchers or book readers on this, not to be elitist because reading a book makes you very elite. I read the book about it, so I vaguely remember what happens. It's kind of different. This kind of my opinion. I'm sorry. Um, I only watched the first season. Maybe I should rewatch it. Fans enjoy it, but the rot is set in. Okay, it's like Mandalorian season 2, where it's like, okay, wrap it up. Like we had our fun. Like we get this fan service time. Wrap it up. Really fan service. They get the fan service. They get the wires crossed, and Luke Skywalker is saving one of the factions from like death in Game of Thrones. Because that's what happened with Mandalorian. The first season was awesome. There's new characters. It's like, wow, this is well written. And then it's like, wow, they're in a problem. They're in a really difficult to solve predicament. I wonder who will save them. Oh, I guess it's Anakin. Okay. Or sorry, it's Luke Skywalker, not Anakin Skywalker. Steam offers a game called Cruelty Squad. In this game, you are able to simulate the killing a former United CEO, Brian Thompson, through the use of mods. For some reason, I thought, I mean, for probably good reason, I thought you could actually do, like, they actually put it in, like, Cruelty Squad, United Healthcare CEO update. Because they would do it. That game would do that. There's a writer's strike as well? Okay, I guess so. I'm excited for Andor Season 2. That's what I'm... And also Severance. I watched that as well. I really like Severance. Oh, I haven't talked about this, have I? My obvious takeaway of Severance is, like, that you are basically torturing yourself. Because the thing in the conceit in the show is that, like, you go to work and, like, there's a new version of you that has, like, kind of all the same beliefs and opinions and sentiments. You know, it's the same brain, except for your memory, your, like, temporal understanding of who you are. All, you know, you have a vague knowledge of things, but you don't know who you are, or you don't remember anyone. Overkill, thank you. Which is, like, the obvious conclusion there for me is that, like, that is still you in terms of, like, you share a stream of consciousness. And so if you're like, oh, whatever, like, it doesn't happen to me because I don't remember it. Like, even if it sucks down there, it's like, well, no, it's miserable for you. You just don't remember it. Like, it does bring about interesting questions about personhood and how, like, the concept of personhood is, like, kind of limiting almost. Do you remember this clip? Oh, no. I'm worried to click on this.
Atreides. And in Greek times, it was used as a greeting. And the greeting was, do all three of these nuts fit in your mouth?
I forgot. I forgot about that. What was this? Was this you, Tommy Man, that did this? Or it was like... made this video specifically for me to watch and pretend it was a Dune. That's a classic. Well, that was 3 years ago. Throwback. And it's a 6 minute. That's it. Traumatic memory of getting owned. What were the other ones? I feel like that happened to me multiple times. Was just Syria Bashar on repeat. Right. I see. I remember. I wouldn't even go if I was to say Severance asked that many questions. That was supposed to be but better. Very little exploration is done. I guess you're right. I feel like that's more like second season. I feel like they're setting that up. Like right now, a lot of the characters just don't want to think about it, which I think is interesting in a different way. Of there's a vague understanding that you're kind of doing this to yourself, but you don't want to think about it because you know you have pain on the outside and you don't want to carry it for at least some amount of time. Like the Jack Ma news, Lacan as well. Do you see the new Lacan book? And it's like Lacan these nuts. But yeah, there was a point about like carrying. The guy, the PD was like, yeah, you carry that sadness inside. We can tell, which is interesting. But yeah, the obvious takeaway I felt was that, like, it's interesting because in a sense they are a different person than you. You see this especially with Helly. I guess I won't spoil who she is on the outside. They're a different person than you in a sense, but you share a stream of consciousness with that, and you share a brain. And so, like, if like someone were to tell you, like, we're gonna do the severance procedure, and then we're gonna switch it, and then like torture you, but like in a way that like wouldn't affect you afterwards, you know, you would still be self-interested in that. Like, you would still be experiencing the torture even if you don't remember it later. Like, you have a personal self-interest in that because you share a stream of consciousness with whatever. There's a lot of definitions of personhood contingent on memory. It makes the most sense, right? And in those definitions of personhood, they are a different person. So I think maybe the takeaway is that the concept of personhood, Kiss My Balls, that's another one. I love the gay Christopher Walken character. The gay romance there is the stuff with Irv is also really interesting because it's clear that he's like he's like a anti-lumen resistance fighter or something, and that he clearly has some memory that has escaped into his subconscious because he remembers the lift down, right? He's continually drawing it to try to like. Which is presumably something he hasn't experienced, like he's experienced through his like innie. John Turturro is his name. And the black paint stuff, like it's clear that if you do it for long enough, you start to get psychic damage. But yeah. The whole Kelly arc is you think it's disappointing? I don't know. Maybe I was watching and I was like, I like this stuff is happening. But I thought, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I can see why that's disappointing. No, I don't know. I think the idea that I guess, should I spoil it? I don't know. The difference there as a result of like upbringing says something interesting about people. And also the image, that the attitude of the Lumen people, that it like they don't view the innies as people. Black paint stuff was because he stayed up too late. I think it's more than that though. It's clearly like he's hallucinating. But that's a part of it. I think the he's trying to there's something with sleeping on the job that affects memory, I think. Because it goes into like your subconscious. I think that's what they're getting at. Show would look better if it weren't a cartoonishly evil company. Yeah, probably. If it was more subtle. But that takes away some of the stake in terms of like an entertaining show. I see what you mean though. The commentary would be more interesting. It's about the UK government because of Keir. That's true. Yeah, the cult stuff is a little on the nose, I guess. I have not seen The Substance, but I heard it was very on the nose. Death by Andy, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's kind of true. I see what you mean. Or I guess it's true. Latvian Jesus, thank you. What else is going on? What else can we talk about? What else did I want to say about Severance? I guess some of it's pretty on the nose about exploiting yourself. It's very much so a skinny girl telling you about fat phobia. Oh, okay. Yeah, isn't the book like it doesn't really the review I saw of it was that it doesn't have much to say, but like boy does it tell you boy does it yell at you. Like boy is it loud about what it has to say. It's not much. Because isn't like the assumption is still like it kind of sucks to age. There's no like, well, you know, there's more to life than being beautiful and young, like conventionally. Because also like the old actress is a beautiful woman in her 40s. I don't know. It feels like it's very on the nose, right? I guess I haven't watched it. Did I talk about Megalopolis? I think I did. I think that was before my last stream. Your dad is Blue Non? That's unfortunate. Isn't Demi more like 70? That's crazy. She's 62 years old. My goodness. Also, okay, that's crazy. I thought she was like in her 40s. That is wild. Okay. I guess fair enough. Is there like an irony to that? To like her being I guess it's not irony. I guess it's not irony. Like you would expect. I guess it's the point, but it's kind of okay, I guess. That makes me suspect that it's a little like Big Red Boy. Is that an unofficial raid? Oh, oh yeah, right. Okay. I'll turn it off. Yeah, cuz like if the lady so she's 50 in the movie. If the lady who the point is that she's like getting older and that people don't think she's beautiful and that she takes the substance which does horrific things to her but allows her to be young sometimes, like occasionally, like they share consciousness or something, but then the other time she's like horrific and ugly and her body's falling apart and it's body horror stuff. And is the takeaway like, wow, I guess it sucks to be old? Like, is that the takeaway of the film? Like, damn. I hope I don't get old. Like, yeah, it's not. What is the takeaway? I hate it when I take the substance that makes me old and gross. It kind of sucks to be old though, but like not really. I feel like the actual good messaging about that is that like you're a person who is more than just like the beauty that you had that maybe you don't have anymore when you were younger, and that there's much more to life, that you can be a fulfilled person, that you don't need that at all. And that you shouldn't age with the expectation that your value relates to as much as you possibly can, I guess. Like beyond just the thing of like, this is how society makes you want to feel. It's just about Hollywood treating her poorly because she's getting older. Is the takeaway anything that like, is that chasing agelessness destroys you and that society consumes people in its hatred of aging? Okay. I guess that's fine. Is it anything everyone doesn't already know? Is my actually main question. Or is it a thing everyone's like, oh yeah, I get it. I see the point. I agree. I think the more interesting thing maybe to talk about would be like, why is it that why is it that everyone knows this, but it still happens? Does it talk about that at all? Because everyone is like, yeah, that's obviously true. But obviously, you know, it's more of a fun thing. Like, obviously, you know, you're more than your whatever. People on the surface, yeah, body positivity, that's good. But then it's worse. It's getting worse, right? Gen Z is so fucked. Like the body brainworms that Gen Z has. Like there's an interesting fact about like Planet Fitness and those sort of things that like they like a lot of those gyms base their membership model on the idea that most people who sign up, or a lot of people sign up for a membership and then don't use it. But like Gen Z is going to the fucking gym. Like that business model has become untenable. They've had to increase like the prices of their memberships because it's like the insane body stuff is worse. It's like, no, I have to be beautiful. Like my standard for beauty is like high, like I have to do this. Because you could do bright side, and it's like, look at how much more fit Gen Z. But I don't think that's what it is. I think it's that like regularly going to the gym, like 3 to 4 days a week at the very least, and like taking your protein input, caloric counting is like, which is very like can very easily develop into eating disordered behavior. That's the thing that people don't think about in terms of gym bros is like a lot of them have eating disorders. They have very unhealthy relationships with food. Like that is becoming a lot more common. That image of like someone who's focused, like it's a lot worse, and it's probably social media, like broadly. That seems like the main thing. Um, I don't know. I think I've seen that. As first, like a bisexual twink, and then a woman who posts her body on the internet every once in a while. Like, yeah, it's like it's a lot worse. I mean, I do that. Actually, I haven't recently because I got sick and then injured. But I'm gonna go back. I need to get back at it. Like I feel it. I don't know. I wonder if me in like the 80s would. I probably wouldn't go to the gym. I have found it hard to believe that I would have that much pressure on like making my body look better. And going to the gym does not mean that you're healthy by default, as it turns out. I think the way that just people talk about people's bodies, and like muscle and health is interesting. And with like content warning, I guess, because we're gonna talk about food. Or would it be a bad thing? Because people are like insane about their bodies. It's really bad, which also just provides like leads to especially eating disordered behavior, which is not healthy. People are like miserable. That's an interesting thing about a lot of like those gym influencers who promote like you should take all these supplements, because like their eating regimen is like not good and balanced, and like your like hair starts to thin. Like you don't get the protein you need. Like your body like you have trouble like digesting shit. And this isn't just like anorexia. Like a lot of this is people who are trying to get like certain caloric like macro intake in terms of their calories and protein. But then like they don't like I think a lot of the times it's like lack of carbs, for instance. That like that they're actually eating really poorly, even though it has a really positive effect on like the aesthetic of their body. If you chase that far enough, it can be really shitty for you. Like the self-improvement stuff, the male only, this is the same with like looks maxing. It's kind of connected. Like the self-improvement stuff is based on this assumption that like I want people to like me, so I have to be hot. I have to be hotter than I am now, and then people will like me. And that like doing that as opposed to like having a deep insecurity that you're trying to cover with that can produce a really unhealthy state of affairs. And a lot more people are doing that. That's a lot more common. I remember, yeah. It's not good. It's not a good. It's very concerning. How do these dudes shit? Yeah, I mean that is the lack of like the fiber and just insane amount of protein. I saw that about like Ice Spice because people are talking about like. I also just because again we're talking about food. I know some people content warning if you don't want to. Sometimes that discussion is like upsetting in itself, which is understandable. It's related to the thing I was talking about in general right now. Because she's lost a lot of weight, and people were like, "Oh, is she on Ozempic or whatever?" And there's a photo of her with like abs. And someone quote tweeted it being like, I knew she wasn't on, like, proof she's not on Ozempic. Like, she's working out. And it's like people, it's weird how obsessed people are with like getting your body with aesthetics and protein intake or calorie intake and exercise, and how little they understand about the body of like no, that is necessarily requires you eat less, right? Like the transformation there clearly relates to like lower caloric intake and then also exercise. People still don't understand that abs are like much more a question of like fat than they are of like getting a lot of muscle. Abs are made in the kitchen. That's Mike. Is that a Mike Israetel quote? Mike is a problematic fave of mine because he's got problematic opinions, especially in relation to body positivity stuff. Because anyone in this world probably does, honestly, even when they say they don't. Is that ancient? Okay, I've heard him say that. Abs have disappeared after estrogen. That's possibly. I know some people report some weight gain as a result of estrogen. It could also just be body fat distribution, because I know like this area gets more subcutaneous fat with estrogen. It's an old adage. Oh, okay. He believes in race science. That's not good. I don't endorse. Is that true? Like, what do you mean? That's not good. I think, no, he's not a Trump guy because he's like a libertarian guy. I remember I looked at his opinion on trans people, and he's like, he supports like trans people, but then he also supports people who don't like trans people. Like, he's like, I support anyone's right to have any opinion about this. But he's kind of dumb. He's like a meathead. He's also like a professor, but specifically in sports science. So he's very data based. But he's like a dumb, like libertarian guy. He's also 100% a chaser, by the way. 100%, 1,000,000%, 100,000%. You see the video where he talks about the effects of testosterone on like the female body for like female bodybuilders who like go on testosterone boost. Like, he's a chaser both ways. And when he talks about like the voice deepening and how he's like, oh, that's so hot. Like, he's 100%. I don't know. I don't know why I'm bringing up Mike Israetel, because it's an entirely different discussion. Just like talking about how awful like that whole industry mill is, and then being like, this guy is kind of a part of it, but isn't he funny? I mean, his fitness stuff he's very data based. The term chaser got stolen from the chubby. I think it's from a bunch of stuff. I think it's from a couple of things. Oh yes, he went on a San stream. Yes, he did. That's so funny. Chaser's using a lot of context, I think, yeah. Did Hassan do the like fitness thing? Because he has like celebrities on, and then he gives them like a workout routine that's like insanely difficult. And then they like, they suffer, and it's funny. Did he do that? Because that's funny. They exercised. At least Hassan did. That's another one. Because you see Hassan talk about like when he was like 2019 body, where he's like, oh, I'm so ugly. And it's like, I think I'm sure he knows this. Like, I think you have body dysmorphia, man. Like, pot meat kettle situation for me, but like, I don't know. I guess it's an online influencer thing probably as well. I think people perceiving you as attractive online fucks with how you see yourself. And it's probably just everyone, I guess. Because everyone posts online. I think that's it. I think that makes it so much worse. Chet calls him out all the time. You want body standards change when you're really fit? Absolutely. I got considerably hotter in the last like 3 years. I feel worse about myself. My like my self-esteem got lower. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. They went to Hassan's trainer's gym and he had Mike adjust his form. That's funny. What happened? I got in a good hormone dosage. Mainly. You see that old? I posted that a while ago. Can someone get the Twitter video? I'm not logged on to Twitter. It's the like a P filter. That TikTok I posted from like when I was in grad school. You can see like my cheeks are like so much more. Like people were like, "Did you get FFS?" I was like, "No, it's just the Zizek one." Maybe I deleted it. I think I might have deleted it because I didn't like see my. It's an unhealthy relationship with how people perceive me, but it's fine. Nope. I have it saved probably on my TikTok. I can show you here. FFS is not free in Vancouver, no. In British Columbia. Maybe in Ontario? It's not free here. Can I... It doesn't show you... I have a MA and master's degree in philosophy. Can I not see my... bottom surgery is free in British Columbia. It's covered. I feel like covered is a better way of putting it because there's always a cost. Even if the cost is like having to deal with insurance stuff. Is it the Yukon covers FFS? That's nice. Is it like in province FFS? Like how do you... What is the Yukon FFS doctor? Like, I don't know if I want to go to... Like, I think if I lived in the Yukon, I would want to go out of province. President American? FFS is covered in New York, is it not? It's Jim. It's our old pal Jim. Oh, you know, Jim. Oh, here, I think I found... Okay, let me find it. I like very different.
What would really interest me to do? Don't now denounce me as a Stalinist, but...
It's a funny TikTok.
You know what would really...
I also really did not take care of my hair. I say as my hair is like... It's kind of greasy today. I didn't think I was going to stream. There's one surgeon who does it in Yukon for free because they're a chaser. Well, I mean, I'm sure that's what every surgeon... I'm sure he has, is my response to that. People on Medicaid can get it? Oh, okay. Lockheed Martin, if you work there, don't they cover it? Isn't that a thing? They cover trans surgeries. I'm sure some guy who still browses, what is that called? What is that subreddit called? They're like anti-identity politics lefty guys. You have to be some genre freak to be an FFS surgeon. I think so. Uh-oh. I didn't see this. It's troubling to me that this headline was 4 days ago. Maybe I'm just not looking at stuff online. Accused in a civil lawsuit of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000. That was on the 8th. That's not good. That can't be good. Stupid poll, thank you. Leftist Twitter was so interesting in 2019 because you had to pretend those guys weren't just insane freaks. Things have definitely changed in relation to that.
I am gay!
And 4 days, thank you. Yeah, you would expect there's a reason why you haven't seen this. That's not just like, oh, nobody thought it was important to talk about.
Is that a
Miller guy, thank you. It was posted 30 minutes ago. Oh, I'm bad at reading. For some reason, I thought it was the 12th. I'm very silly. That is from today. It's because you guys have the stupid. Okay, no, it does just say December 8th. That's. Yeah, no, I don't know why I thought it was the 12th. I looked on the date on my computer and I processed it as the 12th. Let's see you take a crack at it, wise guy. Okay, that's no good for him. If it makes Jay-Z feel any better, Me Too is completely dead. I couldn't think of a thing like especially with all the Trump appointments. I can't it's not a thing anymore. Like that won't affect him. That's my prediction. Yeah, I know that sucks. Biden was the death knell, certainly. A part of it was that it was never it was it was like a cultural phenomenon that I think people just got tired of. And the reason for that is broadly because of rape culture continuing to be a thing. A lot of these attempts at producing progress culturally fail because they don't really have any material support or backing. There's no change in the structure of society and why people are made to be bad. So you kind of just forget about it, and that was a good example, right, of Biden having a credible sexual assault allegation, and then a lot of those prominent lib political or social slash media figures who support the Democrats and are on side the Democrats as an institution, who have to be oh, well, they don't have to be it, but that's the political social position that benefits them. We're well, oh, what's gonna happen if I just take Me Too out of my bio? It's nothing. Nothing's gonna happen. Was there ever systemic demand? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. It was clear that was never gonna happen. It's just well, you have to. It kind of comes from an assumption that people have taken, especially liberals have taken, from at least since the 90s, probably before. Well, I mean, the conservatives were the first ones to do this, but politics are downstream from culture. You affect culture and it changes the politics, and not the inverse. So it was always a cultural phenomenon. The Biden accuser flew to Russia. Well, she's quite odd in terms of who she's allied with. Can't remember her name, but I don't think that discounts her. That's the crazy thing about, especially being a woman, is you can have bad opinions and have and still be sexually assaulted by powerful men. It's not what I'm not calling you out, Chatter. Not credible. I am calling you out now. Why isn't Biden accuser fled to Russia? It means that it's not credible. Tara Reid, thank you. I don't understand why that would have an effect on. That was a group of people who supported her, and so she allied with them. Probably in a dumb move. She probably has bad opinions about, but that's. That's the group she. I don't understand. Did she go to Russia? That is odd. I don't think that has any effect on that. I don't. She was a reap for Russia. It's like, yeah. I mean, you can like Russia and still be raped as a, like I don't. That's not how that works. It was Alyssa Milano I was thinking of, yeah, who took her who Me Too'd her vote buyer after like endorsing Biden. David Eby should lead Syria. Look, the BCNDP are the last, other than Hamas, are the last sensible center-right parties on this planet. If he can hold off the that is the coalition I need to see is Hamas, BCNDP, joint government command to lead Syria into the future. Yeah, I'm banning you. Like, fuck you. I banned my person. I did. Yeah, I don't. When I was talking about rape culture and people, especially not believing women, like, yeah, it's this weird idea that like there's this massive political gain to be made from like accusing men of sexual assault. The general response to Me Too, like, there's a reason why a lot of people think that. And it's not because it's particularly true. It's one of the only like really serious crimes where people think that. You know, like no one is like, oh, that guy tried to murder me. Isn't that crazy? That it's like specifically the one, the one of the main forms of like really serious harm that has a really important gendered component to it, to like the general structure of how it happens in society. It's what a crazy coincidence. Which is to say, a lot of these like the Me Too being a cultural movement. That's modus operandi is like, we're going to complain. Like, you support this person because actually like we're not gonna buy their product or whatever. Like, it just doesn't have enough support. There's also a sort of a carceral, like there's a lot was said about how it's a carceral feminist understanding, that it's about accountability in the courts, which fundamentally assumes like the prison system has functioned for the purpose of harm reduction. You can see this with like one of the like the victims' rights movement is an interesting phenomenon vaguely similar to that. That like in the name of victims, like, oh, we need to make crimes more serious, and as it turns out, like, didn't actually help a lot of survivors, victims all that much. I mean, the real death of Me Too was the Heard Depp trial. I think that was the actual one, where it was like, yeah, we can stop pretending this is like a thing in
the
culture.
issue with false accusations.
The Depp Heard divorce. I mean, Depp was clearly an abusive piece of shit, and they spun it. A lot of the evidence of like even the mutual abuse of Heard, especially later on, isn't all that convincing. The story of Heard shitting in the bed is like fake. Didn't the Depp trial in the UK come to a different one with the USA? Which is insane, by the way, because UK libel laws are so much stronger. And like they put that, like, the paper is allowed to call Johnny Depp a wife beater in the UK because it's like he's a wife beater. Like, that's true. The US, it's much harder, but because of the culture war spin, it affected the jury, because they saw all of the, you know, all the people standing up for, like, Johnny Depp is like, we need to talk about, you know, like that was the as a reaction to Me Too, right? Like, it's interesting because a lot of those, the cultural wave, like, it is interesting how, like, mob stuff, like a mob of people who are angry about a thing also works online. It's just the mob lasts for a bit longer. That it's like there was this mob of, like, really like rabid pro Depp supporters that were like harassing anyone who was saying that he's obviously a piece of shit. And it's kind of like not a thing anymore, and now you can kind of come out of your the bunker you were hiding in to be like, oh yeah, no, I do think
I am gay.
Obviously Depp is a piece of shit. Penfolds, thank you for the 3 months in advance. Thank you. Yeah, that's it's interesting how that works. But yeah, I mean, no one cares. People are done caring. Because it wasn't, I know, you know, like, something about Elon stopping her from being bullied on set. The Elon Amber Heard thing is so insane. Remember he posted like pictures of her cosplaying, like, after the fact, like private photos she sent. Depp's PR and legal team did so much damage, yeah. No, yeah, it's not good. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, isn't Eve Farlow like, she's like close friends with Amber Heard? Wasn't that like just an insane? It was a really weird, like, confluence of people, like, phenomenal. It's very strange. It was very strange. He had Amber Heard dressed as Mercy. Yeah, I know. I know. He's such a pathetic loser. It really is. Like, you stay away from her, you know. That friendship didn't hurt him. I don't think that's actually true. I don't think that affected it. It was funny to see that back and forth during the heat of it, though. It was like the pro-Israel, like very pro-Amber Heard, like wine moms. It was a funny little, like, corner of the internet. Were they dating, supposedly? Was that it? I don't know. It was very strange. Yeah, it's rough. The whole thing is unfortunate. The horror team should have just played the latest pirate movies, yeah. Honestly, one of the easiest, like, nail in the coffins for that, I think I brought this up before, was like the leaked, I don't know, like, messages between Johnny Depp and Marilyn Manson, was it? Like, they had a group chat that was called, like, the rape room or something. It was, like, insane. Like, it was like private texts. Manson called wife Lindsay an Amber Hood 2.0, and Manson, like, abused his wife. What was it called? Just pulled an Amber on me. 30-year-old photographer later married, filed a restraining order at the time and claimed he beat her up. They responded it was most important to stay calm and not to give in to what she wants. Sociopathic behavior. My XC word is actually what would this be? Text. This was, I know this is like circumstantial evidence. What was the group chat called? It was like insane. It's like unsealed documents. That's where it came up. It was real bad. Ray Fisher's article. It's one people towards. Okay. I think I read an interesting piece by this lady. Recently about the who's that, about like the age gap stuff. Who's that the author that like groomed a 16-year-old, about dealing with situations where, because that 16-year-old now who's like 40 was like, I don't actually think it was shitty and I wasn't harmed by it. Like, how do you deal with those situations? Like, how do we make sense of that? Cormac, yeah. That narrows it down so much. Look, it did though. Someone. He's corn cob now. Yeah. Saw an interview with Burke if she thought it hurt me too. Her response was that the fate of the movement she founded wouldn't be built or destroyed by one celebrity civil court case. That's a thing it would be nice to think, I think. I guess it's also the question of like, what is the Me Too movement? Like, what is it as a movement? No, it was a recent. It wasn't. It was a recent one I read. Because I saw. I'm not really familiar with much of her work, but I saw she posted on Blue Sky. Maybe I'm mixing her up with someone else. I might be. I think this is. Maybe I am. Am I thinking of someone else? Then I recognize her. I think I'm thinking of someone else and I recognize her. I think I am. But she's also good. That's it. That's like two Joe Biden moments at once. No, it was by someone else. That's fine. How many people got arrested because of Me Too? I mean, Weinstein, I guess, is one. Because that one was like most certainly a part. Like, it was like an open secret. Yeah, because it's real bad. I guess Cosby, although was that Cosby? Does R. Kelly count? I don't think so, because weren't those kind of already in play? Oh, Spacey but Spacey, I guess Spacey has had consequences. There have been trials, but did he ever get charged? Like, was there ever? I guess Cosby was, but I feel like Cosby was because of what's it called? Hannibal Buress. Maybe it was a culture that was connected to it. Is Spacey is in Israel now? Yeah, Cosby was a bit before Me Too, I thought. That was because of the Hannibal jokes. Maybe R. Kelly was it. R. Kelly was someone who actually got canceled. Because that's where canceling like came from, right? It was cancel R. Kelly. That one was successful. That is the problem with like broadly culturally drawn movements, is that it's hard to make it systemic because the goal isn't to be systemic. Or the goal, like the framing of the thing is not, it's limited in scope. Which a part of that is like, a part of that is like, because that's all you can do sometimes. Like, my understanding of cancel R. Kelly is it was broadly like black women on the internet, like trying to protect black girls. And it's like, what the fuck? We have to make noise about this. Like, what the fuck else can we do? So I don't mean to phrase these critiques of like as like, oh, they're so they should have just done the thing that I wanted to do. The evidence with the R. Kelly stuff, like there was a video, right? Like there's the tape where he's peeing on the underage girl. Like, wasn't that the whole? Also, something. Whenever I think of R. Kelly, I can't remember where I learned this, but like when there was that thing about taking R. Kelly's music off streaming, I know like Kendrick was like, I'm gonna take my shit out. If they do that to R. Kelly, I'm gonna take my stuff off streaming. Which recontextualizes a lot of the Drake stuff to me. Pace Republic for all. Yeah, am I getting this correct? I think I am. Am I crazy? It was like a Spotify policy incident. Was that it? Threatens to pull his music from Spotify after disagreeing with hateful conduct policy related to R. Kelly and XXX Tentacion. That was not Kendrick. It was the head of his label. Okay. This headline is wrong? Okay. Is there anything on that? It's fake news, I guess. Is fake news a Trump quote, by the way? I was thinking with this before of like impactful Trump quotes. I think he came up with fake news, right? It was his representatives that threatened to pull the music. I mean, the label, okay. Is that a defense? I guess it is. I don't know. They're representing him. I don't think that's a defense. Sorry, it was my lawyer that filed the claim. I think that's so lame. Because I saw a Reddit post about, like, you know, r/Kendrick Lamar. I have to hear another person say he threatened to pull his music. His representative's not KDOT. Policy was inconsistent with no clear standards as to what constituted hateful conduct. Misusing your influence, yeah. I don't buy it, sorry. I still think that sucks. I still think that's a hypocrisy. That's, yeah. It's his label head. So it's Top Dog who did it. I guess so. Is that not Kendrick's label anymore? I guess there was a big thing about that, wasn't there? Because I guess they have his masters for his old shit. Right, he has his own. I don't. Yeah. I guess I don't know how any of this works. That doesn't. I'm skeptical of that. Anyway. I'm skeptical of that as a defense, I guess. I don't know. That does fuck with me whenever I hear about that discourse. Which probably is also like, it's a systemic issue that a lot of big artists are a part of and are fine with, you know, Hold on. Yeah, I guess he did a song with Kodak Black. When was that? Um 2022. Okay. Right, because it was Big Steppers. Yeah, Mr. Mel. Oh, something I forgot to bring. I want to do like it's shamelessly influenced by I was watching a bunch of Stavi's World stuff, his like advice show, and I want to do one of those. It wouldn't be via call. I would just get it set up an email. But I think that would be such a funny segment to do. Why am I blue? You guys seeing this? What is my color balance? What's going on here? It auto set again. God damn it. Here we go. That's better. I think that'd be really funny. Like, cause I'm not good at giving advice. It wouldn't be good. Yeah, I think that would be funny. I should set up an email for it and then tweet about it. Maybe it's a weekly thing, like a little segment. I think that would be fun. Some of the advice stuff, I mean, I guess you kind of have to assume with advice stuff that people are lying. But I do think it's all the things are so funny. The problems that people get themselves into are very funny. Stav's one is interesting too, because he definitely has like this sort of like broy early guy in his 20s, probably has bad opinions, but thinks Stav is funny sort of section of his audience. It's just called Live Hagar. I never am good with naming things. I always just call it Live Hagar. I can never think of a name. I think it's his main audience. It's possible. I guess going from Cometown too. I guess it never wasn't. But yeah, it's so funny for me, honestly, a part of it that's funny is to look into the minds of that sort of bro guy, like a former bro guy, because that's kind of how they talk about. I want to play the funniest one is obviously trans related. I want to play the start of this.
Hey,
we won't watch the rest of it.
Just want to get your advice on this. I'm gonna leave the specifics out because this is embarrassing. But I've been with my girl for 3 years now, and
Call it Live
we just
Hagar.
moved from a small rural town on the East Coast to a big city on the West Coast.
Okay.
And our first night here, she went through my phone and saw that I was on Grindr talking to trans women, and to put it lightly, things have been a shit show ever since. We've been out here a couple months and trying to work things out. But
What I was gonna say, like, I would get questions like this. This is like half of my audience.
Obviously, she's pissed at me.
Oh, dude, pause this.
And
we need an electric guitar drop for something like this.
It's so fucking funny. One of the funniest. I tried to find more trans related Stavi things. I couldn't find any of them. Does Hassan do Chad advice? That's funny. So you're saying Hassan already thought of this and that I'm copying Hassan? I guess an advice segment isn't all that original. Why did that guy do that? Because he's in a new city. You know, you go from rural town. There's probably no trans women on your Grindr thing. You go to like LA, there's so many. It's like he does like once a year. He's new in town. Oh, the Mid-Tier Lane one is funny. Some of them are like so insane. Like I was listening to one with a guy who starts it, the Stavi thing, advice column thing where he's like, yeah, my girlfriend's kind of a whore. And it's about how he loves this girl, but she's had sex with like 5 members of his fraternity, and whenever he like looks at her, he just gets angry. And it's like, that's crazy. That's a crazy. Firstly, because like I can't imagine having those feelings. Like you exist. You're such a fundamentally different person than I am. But also like leading it like that. It's like do you think she would be fine with you? I think both of you, if you were more honest, would not like each other. Possibly. Layer fixes your life. Yeah, this is 100% actionable. Like, this is advice. I am responsible for the. I guess a lot of it is just gonna be like, I messaged this trans woman on Tinder, and I'm going on a date. Like, what do I say to make her feel like I accept her? Like, that's just gonna be all of the questions. Those questions are not allowed. It would be. It's just all like someone sent me a message on maybe it was Instagram. We screen all those ones out. Yes, thank you, Kate. Kate, you would screen them? Did you agree to screen them for me? Because I need a screener. Because I need someone else to pick. It's like an operation. Someone else to pick them for me. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, someone just like messaged me on like Instagram or Twitter, and like he was like, yeah, I got like a date with this trans girl, and you look at the conversation, and it's like, has anyone told you you look like Liv Agar? And she's like, I don't. It's like, don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't do that, please. That's not good. Don't do that. You can't be doing that. That was like genuinely when I stopped joking about like this lady lives like Liv Agar thing, or when I like for the most part was when like genuinely they were guys messaging. Oh, that was the worst. This one lady was like, this guy messaged me on Grindr saying that like, there are Liv Agars everywhere for those with the eyes to see. Oh wait, hold on. Thank you. Love you. My girlfriend made me mac and cheese, but she said that I have to play Balatro because she wanted to watch me play Balatro. So we're gonna play that in a bit. Because I've been meaning to play it on stream. Oh yeah, but and then I quote tweeted that Grindr pic of like this is terrible. Like if you it's like the Oppenheimer, like what have I done? And then the guy 100% same timestamp. It seemed to be the same like lady. The guy who like messaged, the guy who like did the message replied. I can't remember what he said, but he posted the screenshot. So it was like I think because I said like, I think if you're this guy, I'm like trying to destroy you in my mind or something. So it's not good. Braless GF, yeah, the ninja quote. Was it topless? Wasn't that it? Like it was like epic win. Okay, let's do. Nope. I started up Balatro and my fucking racing wheel is Braless' wife. I mean, we are common law married. Maybe that counts. I wanted to try, or my girlfriend wanted me to try the challenges on stream. Let's be honest, what's going on here? So I want to try them because I'm goated at Balatro, so I should beat them very easily. Let's see. Oh. Balatro. Here we go. Okay. As an update of where I am in the game, I've gotten gold stake on a couple decks. Like red, yellow, blue, green. And then like, what else? I did ghost deck. I did checkered deck. Is that it? Yeah. So I've done a couple. I kind of want to go for completionist plus plus. But I've been a little lazy. Or completionist plus, not plus plus. Just the one with all the decks. I'm not like, I can't win gold stake consistently. Like I'm not at that level. But like I'm not bad. I've never played any of the challenges though. So I want to try them. Now plus plus is kind of gratuitous. Move the lizard. I think the lizard is placed perfectly, I think. Because I placed it before. Let's start the first one. All blinds give no reward money. Extra hands no longer earn money. Earn no interest. That feels difficult. Oh, okay. 8 hand size is more. Is it? No, it's not. Okay, let's try it. I wonder what the strategy is. Hail Premier. Okay. I guess Temperance is good. Okay. That sucks. I don't earn money though, right? So it doesn't matter? I only earn money from selling the eggs, right? Is that how it works? I didn't pay attention. I guess I can put it here. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I can win how many I want. And it's on white stake. Okay, if it's on white stake, that's not too bad. I feel like I can win like 90% of my white stake games. What do I have less of? I have less diamonds. Get 2 flushes. It's easy. Okay. I think I just go next. I think I don't want to spend anything, because to spend something you basically have to sell. I could do a buffoon pack, but it reduces the value. So I just go next because I can do 450 without. I just do 2 flushes again. No, skipping is bad because it's less value for my eggs, right? Skipping is generally bad. I think one of the only actually justified skips is plus 25 at the end of the round on your first round. Because otherwise shops are just way too valuable. Well, Eternal Egg is actually not too bad if you have like Swashbuckler. It's also really good for Temperance. Not free negative Joker? Absolutely not. Because what if it just sucks? Maybe on this, maybe. I could see the justification. I would like something for the pillar. But it's negative? Well, what if it doesn't do anything? And you've sacrificed an entire shop and an entire... Like, shops are really valuable. You get the free packs. You get a free roll. And you get the extra, the interest. You either get interest or you build up some interest because you need to get your economy rolling. It's like, you could get really lucky and you get a negative, of a super good thing, but you probably won't, right? You get just like fucking Jimbo. I think I do this, and I might lose here. It's possible. Is there a straight? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. I think I actually go for clubs here instead. That's unfortunate. I could lose here. Oh, it's played previously. It sucks. could lose here, and then I'd be owned. Oh my god, bro. Okay. This might be a restart. It's entirely possible. Okay, that's not looking good. Oh, okay. Alright, that's... You're not starting out strong here. It didn't even give me the fucking flush. It didn't even give me the second flush. Alright. That's so rude. Okay. We're trying again. Because that happens sometimes. That one's a bit like... I feel like usually you can do 600 without any like Joker support. But like... Sometimes not always, especially if you get bad luck. I'm not coping. That was bad luck. I'm not coping. I watch, what's his name? Madness would be a really funny pick here. No, you go next. I always wonder why streamers like tilt so much in this. Oh, in this game. It is annoying to get unlucky. And then you're like, look, listen, there's nothing I could have done. This is enough. So now we might think about if there's any decent this suck. Okay, one of the things though is that the hook really sucks because you can't use your hands as discards. Like, you get really owned. I don't want a scholar because it's basically a permanent scholar, like functionally. I guess so. I'm gonna be owned here if I don't. I'm gonna use our money wisely. Oh, okay. Do I do this for immolate value? I think I do. Alright, that's less. Oh, actually, Gold Seal is great. Gold Seal is really good. Okay. Because money. I don't hate that. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. Okay, we're going for club ace, our club. Okay, please can I have another club? Just a single club. I would like a single club, please. I think I'm cooked here, actually. Come on, loot, thank you. Oh, okay, we're back. We've never been more back than we are now. We've never been more back. The ace, the ace of clubs. Okay. Red card is bad because it's very money hungry, and we just don't have. Red card is a good card.
I am gay.
Thank you, Kate, for giving me your prime. Blatro. I should also say, my girlfriend didn't make me mac and cheese. She reheated the mac and cheese that I made for her. I want that to be on the record. Maybe I'm being too like. You just go you and Steven. I think I can go. It's 800. I don't want to be owned again. If I lose, I'm owned, right? I'm so much more invested in this than I normally am. Because if I lose, I'm owned, right? I get owned. I just play a flush. And then there's no aces here at all. I think I'm owned. Okay. Physically incapable of drawing an ace? Okay, I think I'm owned. Actually, but this wins. This wins anyways. We didn't even need it. I want to play this ace. I want to play it because it's $3, but I only have one hand. Why don't I play with Scholar? Well, I don't even have an ace though. Like if I had one ace, I would keep it, but that was the only ace I drew. I think we need another. We definitely sell for 14. That's pretty good. Hierophant would be nice to get us through a round. Maybe a Spectral Pack. Do I want a Marble Joker? I don't think I want one. Spectral Pack is interesting. I think I do Jumbo first. Because I want Wraith, right? Wraith would be nice. I really don't know how to play this. It's a really weird challenge. What if I do this first? Because if I... Okay. Go up to 14. Immolate, please. Oh, that's bad. Those are bad rolls. And I don't even have an ace. That sucks. I'll do it on this because it's a diamond, and then my ace is also, I upgraded ace in the diamond. You're just gonna Marble Joker? No, I don't think I do. It's a very silly run. Once again, no aces. I have a full house. The kings. I have another full house? No, I don't. I don't know how numbers work. 95. I have no aces. Okay. Well, that'll do it because of holographic. Right? Yeah. So it ended up being worth it in the end. These all suck. These are terrible jokers. This is a difficult challenge. I want to get the Empress for scoring. And I probably could just keep going because I think I can win. What is our boss blind? Oh, I don't... Brother, I don't have any levels anyways. That's beautiful. This is actually such a beautiful draw. It's a perfect draw. That's exactly what I wanted. That sucks. Dusky's not very good. I don't want to reroll. Do I think I can win 2k with an Empress card? Maybe. I don't want to like sell an egg to reroll. I guess it's $20, but it's the only money I'll have. That's the thing about this being on white stake, is that you need like maybe 2-3 good jokers to win on white stake. But you need to reroll to get them, I guess, usually. Like, it's very luck based. This is starting off, the challenges, I was told by my girlfriend the challenges were very easy. But this one's tricky. I'm just gonna do this and I'm gonna keep going. I would like This one's kind of tricky. Okay. Okay. Not quite, but almost. I guess it doesn't matter how many, it just matters that I get it. Maybe this is the wrong way of going about it. I'll probably just do a 2-pair. Right? Maybe I don't want to risk it and I just do this. To maybe draw something better. I didn't draw anything better. I think that wins with the scholar. And it gives me money. Yeah, no, it definitely wins. Okay, let's hope I get an okay Joker. Well, that's just rude. I mean, I have to take it. Because it gives me enough, it gives me time. And then maybe a Celestial Pack too. Not a fan. But I'll go pair. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I should have went 4 of a kind. It's ad time. Ad break. If you would like to not deal with the ad break, you can give me money, which is much appreciated. Because the stream is free. So, just support me. And money is nice. I'll probably just do this and go for the flush. Because it's the flush with plus malts. It's a flush with extra plus malts. Alright, please, but I want a flush. Thank you. Um, 10-9-8s. No. This is bait though. The thing about this is a bait. I have 1-7. The music does go hard. I've listened to it for hundreds of hours in my life. Or at least 100 hours in my life. And it does not get old. Oh, but there's only 4 left. That's such a cruel... Okay. I do this. Yeah. And then pray to God. There you go. So it's getting more tenuous. We need a good Joker. Yeah. This is pretty nice. That's a pretty nice get. It's looking a lot better. We're less fond of 8s now. Or we're less fond of aces. Go do this. Okay. That's quite nice. I'll reroll once. No. This is enough to do. Our cards are disabled, okay. We want to get that really nice king. Maybe we just do you. Okay, that's rude. Man. So I think I win. Oh, fuck. I did that wrong. I liked it on flushes. Because I need a high base malt. With my photograph, I need high base malt and I haven't upgraded anything. Or the highest possible. And that's like full house. I guess I can go for a full house. Maybe that's a better idea. Go straight. feel like it's harder to get straights. The thing about straights is they're really good if you get a bunch of planet cards, but they're literally like worse than flushes at the base level. So I don't. It's too much. It's too much trouble, right? That's nice. No, it's not nice. Actually, do I have... I need another pair. I only have 2 jacks left. I think this wins. I hope it does. Okay. I think this wins. There we go. Okay. Well, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with gas. Well, that's what we like to see. Okay, now we've stabilized, and this is a regular run. I'll get a full house. I don't like those. Maybe I'll save my money. I love my aces. I probably just want a pair of high card. Okay, that's not a pair. That's all of the high cards. Maybe go straight here. I think that's a bait. Yeah. I think 2 pair just wins here. Oh, of course he wins. I forgot. Yeah, no. We're cooking. We're actually not cooking that hard. We'll just go ramen. No, but I think I removed my scholar for ramen. Maybe. Yeah. I need to do this. What is the... I guess I'm just doing like face card like 2 pair. That's what we like to see, folks. I'll do one more. Alright, it's fine. Maybe that's silly of me. So I have 1 pair. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I don't care. The thing I guess I'll just play the straight, but I'm discarding. Oh, it wins anyways. Okay. Well, we're cooking. Right. Okay. We're cooking. We love our magic card. What do I copy here? I think I copy my magician the jacks. And then I copy a king. Alright, like what's the fool? It's 3 of a kind. I should have took the 3 of a kind because I should have saved the temperance fool. That was a misplay. Because that was the one I used before the 3 of a kind, right? I use this. And then I copy, we're going for kings. This is great. This is actually making money. Right? It's not a very good econ. I don't know. I guess the do list isn't bad. The problem is that if I sell my eggs, I lose swashbuckler value. Maybe I don't do it. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's just rude. Okay, well I have to sell my ramen then. Because they don't work together. You give me a polychrome mail-in rebate. I have to sell this because they don't work together, and eventually this will just be functionally a polychrome. And this is insane money, right? Mailer Rebody is so goated. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. That's rude. $1 for card plate? That's less than ideal. It's on 4s. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I have the straight that... Does it win? I don't know if this wins. No, it's not a straight. Wait, what am I crazy? No, it's an... I don't know how to count. Apparently there's a number after 7 that isn't 9. Have you guys heard about this? It's a new update they made, I think. Should I just have a 2-pair here, which is funny? There's a whole joke about it? That's crazy. I think I just play this. Oh, I don't play this. I'm silly. I was playing that searching... Oh, well, it's fine. Well. This king is awesome. I love this king. It's 14 malts. I love him more because he's a magic card. Which I should make these magic cards and then just copy the shit out of them. Maybe I put one of them first because I know it'll proc. It doesn't matter, everyone. Magic card. Can we just keep going? No, I want Arcana Pack for Temperance. Hangman. I don't hate a Hanged Man. Hanged Man early and often has... What is his name? Blotcher University says. This is a nice one. Who doesn't love a hung man? That's so true. It's an 8. That's an 8. I don't know if that wins. Does a 2-pair win here? Because I upgraded my full house, didn't I? Maybe I keep searching. Fine. No, it doesn't win. Ace, King, Jack, 10. Just need a queen. I only have 2 queens. My high card is actually kind of bad. Not bad. I'll just play 3 of a kind. I want to play the ace, obviously. I'm silly. There's money. Anyone anyway? Okay, more. That's beautiful. Sometimes it's like, I'm glad I don't have a Temperance here. Even though Temperance is better, I want to copy the kings. I just enjoy the feeling of copying it like a good... You know what I mean? Like, even though it would have been better, I would have been sad to do it, to pass up the... I don't think Michelle is worth it. Because I already have... I mean, Photograph honestly is not a very good card right now. Because, like, it's like 6 malt. It's on queens. And the king, please. Or an ace. That's fine. Oh, I should discard. But I think this one's... Oh, maybe this is better. Because I think the multiplies before... It's actually not bad because we have so many malt hands or cards. How many kings do I have? I have 8 kings. I should really just be going for kings, honestly. Temperance. No, I have to do. I do hermit, and then I fool the hermit. Yeah, that's the play. See, the thing about Swashbuckler is I will be selling these eventually. No, I think we have a good thing going though. No, I have an Econ Joker already. I'm just gonna strengthen my Go FTM build. It's Jacks. And we unlock 5 of a kind. I'll do this one first. Yeah. It's like 10 kings. That's pretty good. Yeah. Photograph is still not doing the worst. Because on that one, it was 12 plus 14. Right, it's 26. We love that. Smiley's an awful, but fool on strength. Maybe I devil like a king. I fool the strength and then devil a king, maybe. No, I guess I want a lot of gold cards. Because it's money. I only have 2 queens, I believe. Because I strengthened. Look for a king. No thanks. It's on 10s. That's good. I'll search for more and make the high card because I want money. That's 5 kings. I will. Yeah, I guess I might as well play these. And it's a 115. I have the impulse of like. Nope, that's a lot of flush 5. I guess I can't do it. I have the impulse. No, I'll just. This is fine. I guess I'll do a jack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one first. It's not bad. We're cooking. Not bad. This is funny. Because this is like a permanent swashbuckler. Is that crazy? Because it's like that's 100 malt, right? I don't know, maybe not. But that is a good way of. No, but I don't want to do that. I have to sell something as well. I mean, the photograph is not doing that much. But I don't want to. The problem is I would have to get rid of all my temperance stuff, which is like such an important moneymaker. Reserved parking is a good moneymaker. No, I don't know. We're like not doing that bad is the thing. So that any change in the status quo feels risky. That's awesome. Alright. Sure, yeah. Streamer luck. It's sixes. That's beautiful. Alright. Yep, that seems good. 72,000. I guess it's still technically increasing a little bit. I could probably just want to, yeah, I mean, honestly, probably. Especially if I upgrade my 5 of a kind. I don't know why I should have just sold those, I'm silly. No thanks. I could strength the queen. Maybe there's 6 in here? There is. So these are probably kings, but I don't know. Maybe I should have taken the seal, I guess so. Let's see what this is. That's a king? Okay, so these 3 are kings? Okay. Yeah. Might as well just play this. Get another king for money? Possibly. No money. I could probably do 4 of a kind there, I guess. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess so. I don't really need it, but... Nice. Honestly, I think I like these ones more than just a magic card. I guess I win anyway, so I should play magic cards. For the money. Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, there's no money, but... Here's my money. Can I have a 5 of a kind, please? Thank you. I don't think so. I want to get one of them, this one's. Honestly, I like magic. I should do this after. My goodness. Because I might get some 2s. I'll play you for money, maybe? Oh well. He's a 1 in 15. It's worth the shot. No. Okay, Maybe I'm flying a bit too close to the sun with this. No. No, we're good. We're good. It's still well above. Seltzer for the next 10 rounds? No, but I don't want to. Because I have to sell something. I'm a little bit paralyzed here. Like, there's nothing... Okay. Well. Yeah, we sell this, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. You sell both? Why both? I sell one egg, right? Photoshop with seltzer? Oh yeah, I guess you're right, it's over. Yeah, I guess it is over. Okay. Swashbuckler isn't useful though. Well, it is still useful, but this is, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 to the power of 4, 16, 15 times 16 is 240. So it's 240 malts. Yeah, I don't think it's very useful. I think this isn't particularly good. There's flat malt that isn't calculated here, so yeah. And I would still like temperance value. Nice. Nice. No, I mean, I could pivot, but I won't. You want more? Okay. Discard on 3s. There's a lot of aces. There's not that many kings. Yeah, it's a bit more kings. I'm just gonna do this to get more. And I can't play a high card, but that's fine. And I get a bunch of money here. Really? 11 kings? Well, I hope this wins. I'm sure it wins. I think this one is better. Yeah, no, we're good. We're so fine. We're so absurdly fine. Okay. I like magic cards. Beautiful. Yeah, we're fine. This is a fine run. I guess so. It ruins my fool, but... All Joker's debuffed. Well, I'm sorry, final egg. You will not be making it. 6. I don't know, I might as well. I wanna see what our 5 of a kind is. This is for 7 hands, so I'm fine. Okay, no, I'll just play it. That's annoying. No, I'll do one more. Any money? Got money? Thank you. Let's go. We're back. Beautiful. I mean, we're cruising. It's how many hands? 5? I can just skip this. Like, it's done. We're cooking. There you go. First challenge down. I guess it wasn't first try because I got owned. "15-minute city," that's a very funny name. Do you have permanent, ride the bus, and shortcut? And just everything's the same? That's incredibly easy. Right? The same deck. This is absurdly easy, right? Oh, you have a bunch of face cards. That's very funny. Actually, that's quite funny. That's funny. Do you charge your bus? I guess I will anyways here, because I don't think this wins. Oh, but it does, okay. I'm silly. This is very funny. I don't need to do this though. So I want to save money and then get the clearance sale. $10,9,876. It's actually a proper straight. Actually, I want to charge my bus. Can we do one more? 9,876. And then that's less than ideal, but I will get the clearance sale. And then what's the next one? My goodness. $10,700. Oh my god. So many pairs. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Should one shot? I think. Not quite, okay. 10, 9, 8, 6. It's so silly. This one's extremely easy though. I think I wait just for, because I don't need, yeah. But I mean, that's crazy, the liquidation. We should go next. We'll just go pair here to charge the bus. $10,9,876. And this is extremely doable, like, without the shortcut. But you can just get normal straights. This? My goodness. Well, we have to do that. It's just a free 1.5. I'll open this. It's cheap enough. Maybe that's silly. I want to hang these. Probably just magician. We want to play for hack maybe. For like repeat cards. I could do a judgment. Maybe I'll just do a judgment. Let's see what we get. In case you want double bus. Two times the bus, 2 times the fun. Oh my goodness. 7, 6, 5, 4. 7, 6, 5, 4. Are you serious? Okay, okay. All right, we're starting to see the problems that might arise with this build. I need Saturns. Yippee. This one I just want to get. 10, 9, 8, 6, 5. Let's just keep it moving. That's okay, that's like 3k. Oh, I should have. Maybe a misprint would be fine. I don't actually. Okay, the thing about the showman is I don't actually want it. I don't want the effect. I'm not looking for another shortcut or another red bus. Darn. Discard you. There we go. The +1 malt on a misprint, beautiful. Misprint is an interesting one because it's the only description text that doesn't actually describe what it does. I think so, right? No, I don't know. I think that's silly. And then Green Joker with Ride the Bus is terrible. Oh. Sure. Let's see. +2 malt, beautiful. Thank you, Misprint. It's fine, he doesn't need to work right now. He can take the day off. Beautiful. Look at this, obviously. We get 2 here. We can magic these and then maybe get some. Not bad. Pretty good. What is the fan size? That's fine. It's a little tenuous. No, I do this. Yeah, I do this to get rid of these. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. Actually, how much was the misprint? I wasn't paying attention. That's the problem with misprint. You like don't actually know where you are. Well, there you go. Oh, look at the hand size. Hand size is so nice. This is already a straight. I guess I could look for more magic cards or whatever. That's fine. +1 malt. It hates me. That fucking Joker. I'll take that. How many uncommons? I would probably prefer that over a misprint, right? He's saving it for the more important. Look, I don't trust him anymore. I'm sorry, misprint, you're fired. You were slacking off on the job. Alright, let's see how well this does. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about white steak, is that it's really easy. It's very easy. It is not hard at all. Plus before rocket? Oh, you're right. I didn't think about that. That makes perfect sense. That is how that works. No thanks. I will magician the hackable cards. Because I might as well. It's really the only thing you can focus on for retrigger. So it's 32k. We still are scaling quite a bit though. Like kind of everything scales. That's beautiful. This scales. This scales. Our Saturn scale really well. I don't know what I'm looking for. Lucky Cat, my beloved. Still rocket? No, but that removes baseball. Oh no, but it doesn't remove baseball. Yeah, I do sell rocket, you're right. Okay. Still runner? How much is this straight right now? It's 180. Yeah, no, it's runner. It just runner didn't have enough time to cook. Yeah, that is the answer. I'll take that. I'll do the guaranteed money. Is it taking planet? I guess you're right. Actually, no, because I want Lucky Cat. I want Lucky Cat triggers. fine. It's still way more. Okay. Wow, this... I think I removed Lucky. I think Lucky has to go here. Maybe Rocket is the answer. I mean, I win anyways. There's no wrong answer here. I guess I just... Yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye, Rocket. That's the thing about malts is that, like with chips and base malts, if you have enough of it, you don't want any more. With malt, like, it scales exponentially. I don't even know what I'm looking for. I don't want anything. And that's an uncommon too. It's so good. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. We'll just go next. And with beat types, it's fine. We need to get 4. We don't want a straight flush, I don't think. One more lucky card. It's 4, 5, 7, 4, 5, 79. Any more luckies? Beautiful, beautiful. That's what we like to see. I don't know. Just double this. So looking for a hack. Not that I need to, particularly. Do I even want that? I don't think so. Electro going, it's going pretty good. Alright, that's enough. We already have this. We're looking for lucky cards. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's probably the best we're gonna get, honestly. I card with the gold steel isn't a bad idea, but it's, at this point, it's... This is without, like, they haven't even taken off yet. Okay, alright, man. At some point the luck gets to a level that it's annoying. Do we have more 5s? That's sort of a problem. We have no 2s? Oh, I see the way that it did this. I understand. So maybe hack is like not that good. But clearly we dead to 5. More of those. And then I don't know. That sucks. This run is set up in such an absurd way. No, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Yeah, please have some lucky cards. Darn. Sure, fine. I don't know. Not that it matters. No trick, unfortunately. So you can't strength. The strength is useless then. Fuck off. That's just rude. That's just so rude. But we sell a baseball card, obviously. If it's like AAA, like we have to. This is too lucky. I don't like all of my luck being condensed into one run. I understand that that's not how it works. But this is too much. This is ridiculous. Obviously you sell baseball. I'm not gonna lose. That's not true. You're wrong. We have our 5, right? 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Give me a second to do this. I don't like this guy. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. We're not. We're double the score. Talisman on there. Beautiful. This is ridiculous. This run is. I mean, I have to keep going, obviously, afterwards. And see how far this goes. Oh my goodness. No lucky cards. I had 400k before. Well, but I'm still obviously well above the range though. You gotta think about this. Okay, the scaling potential here. Oh yeah, obviously. What boss plane kills this? Like genuinely, I'm not sure. Eight, 7, 5, 4, 3. Yeah. It's beautiful. I don't know, looking for a fool maybe? Probably. Yeah, sure. I love how how unconsequential Ride the Bus is now? Okay, we have what we need. Four, five, six, 80. I'll take some money. I guess we don't get hacked here. No, not really. Like, there's no, you wouldn't want to sell. One thing you would sell possibly is Lucky Gap, but that's the reason you kind of have hack in the first place. Okay, that's rude. I don't think you get hack here. Is that crazy? I love hack, like magic card Lucky Cap builds. But I actually just don't think it's good here. Stupid Ride the Bus. 27 malts. It's nothing. Still York. No, I don't want to. You also don't have 2s or 3s. I guess that's true. It's only 4 or 5. Okay. But I want to do this anyways. That's the thing. I want to charge my York though. I don't know. Oh no, sorry, I was thinking of the wrong... I'm silly. I'm very silly. I was thinking of the wrong boss blind. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. $1 million. That's a good York voucher, you're right. What do I have? 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's, okay. Oh, that was the wrong order. It doesn't matter. It's not like it matters. What is the thing I get? Flips and shuffles? It's not. It doesn't matter. Alright, let's just go on with it. I don't know. Easy clap. Easiest run in my life. I don't want to continue doing it. How long have I been playing Balatro for? It's been like 5 hours. My throat is kind of sore. That was easy. I'll probably call it here. Yeah, it was not a very challenging run. The first one was actually a little tricky. But that's fine. Thank you for tuning in. We have a Discord if you wanna. It'll ping you when I go live. Yeah, I'll be live soonish. Again, next couple days probably. I'll talk to you all later. Who's streaming? Who should I read? Sorry, Nesu. Oop. Sure. Talk to you all later. Goodbye.